Chapter 166. A few more days passed and it was October. Xia Mingming's hope of taking the Dian exam was officially ruined. Yu Shu's life became better. She still set up a divination stall in Osmanthus Lane during the day. More and more customers came to ask for divination. It was common for her to charge 100 or so coins. Sometimes, she could earn 1 or 2 taels of silver a day. Her hard work was not in vain. The only drawback was that she was very unlucky recently. She fell when she went out, bumped into people when she walked, and choked when she was eating. She suspected that Jing Chen's Kata star was about to break out. She was worried all day long. Every time she went out, she would use the 6 lines to calculate a complete divination for herself to avoid being hit. Recently, Yu Shu saved some money and planned to go to the north of the city to visit several famous Dai stores. She wanted to try her luck and see if she could get a few good cheap books to read. She had been relying on her old books and didn't learn anything new, so she made little progress. Each study was different from other subjects. Each subject was related to each other. The more comprehensive it was, the more exquisite it was. With her current ability, it was more than enough for her to set up a stall on the street to calculate divination, but there were too few things that she could really bring to the public. Early in the morning, she decocted Jing Chen's medicine and watched him drink it. Then, Yu Shu dragged the listless Xia Mingming out of the door. She had 2 things to do today. Why did you drag me out? I don't want to go to the street. Yu Shu ignored his complaints. She hired a donkey cart from Shiliu Street and asked someone to send it to Qinyuan Street. It was diagonally across half of Anling City. If they didn't take the cart and just walked, it would be dark by the time they walked back and forth. Even so, they didn't arrive at the central city until after a nap. After getting off the cart, Yu Shu gave the coachman her hard-earned money. After asking for directions, she pulled Xia Mingming and walked for 100 steps to the north. Not far away, there was a broad road that ran from east to west. At the end of the street, there was a tall archway made of gray stone. The 4 pillars were straight and there were no words on them. One side was painted with a blue sky and a white sun, and the other side was painted with a bright moon and a tide. You had to crane your neck to see the whole picture. People who passed the archway, including carriages and horses, took a detour. There were 2 or 3 constables in neat dark green uniforms, hairpin hats, and short weapons on their waists. They were patrolling around solemnly. This was a market on Qinyuan Street. As long as they passed this street, they would arrive at the north of the city. Yu Shu once heard from a waiter in Mingyuan Casino that Qinyuan Street is divided into the north and south. The 3 religions and 9 streams converge in the south of the city. Glory, splendor, and wealth gather in the north of the city. Now that she saw this street, it didn't lose to the capital 500 years later. It even had the aura of an ancient dynasty. Brother, may I know how to get to the nearby post house? Yu Shu stopped a passerby who was walking towards them and asked. Xia Mingming didn't pay much attention to it when he heard that she was talking about the trading house. He looked around the market. When Yu Shu led him to the entrance of a post house, her expression changed when she saw the fodder for the horses in the enclosure. Why did you bring me here? Xia Mingming looked at Yu Shu with a guarded expression and wanted to break free from her hand. Yu Shu grabbed her tightly and pushed her into the post house. She said, "What else can I do? I want you to write a letter home." Xia Mingming shook her head like a rattle drum. I still haven't thought about how to tell my family. Give me a few more days, okay? I might as well let you stay for the new year. Yu Shu sneered and mercilessly pushed her inside. Xia Mingming wasn't as strong as Yu Shu. She was pushed inside by her. She squeezed a path through the crowded restaurant and rushed to the counter. She asked the waiter for a pen, paper, and envelope. She pulled Xia Mingming to the seat by the window and pushed the pen into her hand. She threatened her with her finger on the table. Think about it now. If you think about it, write it for me. If you finish writing, wait for me here. I'll go somewhere else. If I don't see your letter when I come back, I'll make you sleep on the street tonight. As she said that, she took out 20 copper coins from her cloth bag and gave it to her. If you're hungry, go out and buy a sesame seed cake. You can try running around and see if I'll look for you. After leaving these words, Yu Shu didn't care if Xia Mingming was willing or not. She swaggered off, leaving her alone scratching her ears and cheeks. Rather than saying 1,000 words, it was better to see it with one's own eyes. Yu Shu crossed Qianyuan Street and walked around the northern part of the city. She could see the difference. The roads in the northern part of the city were twice as wide as those in the southern part of the city. Most of the people on the streets were riding on horses and sedan chairs. The horses were a mix of yellow and white, while the sedan chairs had a red roof and green lids. The sedan chairs had a golden beak and hanging tassels. The windows were painted with flowery colors and the curtains were embroidered with auspicious patterns. As for the pedestrians, they were well-dressed and their manners were appropriate. There was no mention of daily necessities when they talked. Perhaps the person sitting in a sedan chair that passed by was an important person. There wasn't a single beggar to be seen on the streets, not to mention those who were disheveled. Today, Yu Shu was wearing a robe that reached her feet. Her waist and wrists were tied up, and her hair was properly tied into a bun. She was dressed in the standard attire of a peddler. However, when she saw that the servant leading the horses was dressed in bright satin, her clothes unwittingly looked shabby. Yu Shu walked along this street. The shops on the sides of the street were neat and tidy. If they weren't made of red tiles and painted walls, then they were made of green bricks and white floors. There were almost no stalls wandering around on the street. It wasn't as noisy as it was in the southern part of the city, and it was more peaceful. Even the bells from the Taoist temple a few streets away could be heard. Separated by a street, the difference between the north and the south. Yu Shu had a feeling that she should be careful with her words and actions. Recently, she had a lot of troubles, and she had to go out, so she could only try to avoid trouble. Yu Shu found the Xianghe barter house, according to the place she inquired about before she came. The barter houses in the northern part of the city didn't like to gather together like the southern part of the city. Of course, there were places like Autumn Osmanthus Lane and Vientiane Street, but those places were often full of trouble. With her current situation, it was not suitable for her to go there. Yu Shu was now very regretful that she lost the yellow frost stone that Jing Chen gave her. If she had that stone, she wouldn't have to be so careful and be on tenterhooks all day long. The reason why she was in a hurry to drive Xia Mingming away was because of this consideration. Last time, when the Kata star flared up, Xia Mingming almost died on the boat. This time, she didn't know how much trouble was waiting for her. She couldn't take care of her all day long, so she sent her home early to save her from suffering in the future. In order to enter the library of the Xianghe barter house, she had to pay 20 taels of silver. Yu Shu gritted her teeth and paid the fee. She took the exchange sections and entered the back hall. Seeing the bookshelves and cabinets filled her eyes, she immediately felt that the 20 taels of silver was not spent in vain. This place was suitable for people like her who copied books to read. The library of the Great Barter House normally didn't allow people to enter as they pleased. Correspondingly, you could enter and copy as you pleased, but you weren't allowed to take the book away. You could only buy the book with money. This was the same rule as the 3 great barter houses in Yang City. The good thing was that there were refreshments provided. Although it was a small portion, it was enough for Yu Shu to last through lunch. After soaking in the library for half a day, Yu Shu watched the sunset shine through the windows. She tidied up the passages she had copied and packed up to leave, intending to pick up Xia Mingming from the post house. When she reached the entrance of the great barter house, she saw two sedans parked outside, blocking the entrance. Yushu moved to the side, wanting to wait for them to pass first. Two young ladies walked out of the sedans one after the other. Their figures were slim, and they both held round fans to cover half their faces. What made Yushu curious was that they were dressed the same way. They wore light yellow silk with narrow sleeves pinched at the waist. Below it was a long skirt with a floral pattern, and on the outside was a light muslin robe. At the waist hung 8 jewels, a fragrant sachet, and a red cattail tassel hung from the handle of the fan. One of the fan's faces was embroidered with a fish wearing a lotus, while the other was embroidered with a butterfly in love with a flower. Sensing Yushu's gaze, the young lady with the butterfly in love with a flower glared at her. Sensing this unfriendly gaze, Yushu hurriedly turned her head and pretended to be a passerby, afraid that she would bump into some unreasonable rich young lady. "Sister, I was treated as a prodigal son and beaten up on the streets." Fortunately, the two didn't argue with her and entered the great barter house. Yushu rubbed her nose against the fragrance and left behind them. She didn't notice that as soon as they entered the great barter house, a customer came up to them and led them away. Their voices disappeared behind the door of the library. "Is this the great barter house Xingxuan mentioned?" "It's indeed, Xianghe. Look for it, the book she said should be inside." In the end, Xia Mingming didn't write a letter to her family. Yushu didn't really throw her on the streets. Instead, she brought her home from the great barter house and ignored her. She just wanted to isolate her for a few days and make her back off. At night, Yushu couldn't sleep and got up to do her accounts. The table was filled with copper coins and silver coins. Kim Bao smelled money and tried to climb onto the table from her trousers, but she pulled him away. He anxiously circled around her feet and screamed, waking up Yu Xiaoxiu, who was sleeping soundly. "Sister, why aren't you asleep yet?" Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his eyes and popped his head out from behind the screen. "I'll sleep later." Yushu saw that he was woken up and bent over to pick up the culprit, Kim Bao, from the ground. She poked its head. "If you make any more noise, I'll lock you in a cage." Squeak! Kim Bao wasn't intimidated. It moved its limbs, trying to break free from her hands and jump onto the table. It didn't want to give up the chance to have intimate contact with the pile of silver coins and silver coins. Yu Xiaoxiu walked over and pleaded for Kim Bao, "Just let it play with it so it won't make a fuss." Yushu didn't spoil Kim Bao like Yu Xiaoxiu. She grabbed the bamboo cage on the table and stuffed it inside. She handed it to Yu Xiaoxiu and said, "It won't know where to hide it if it plays with it." "What does it want money for? It's not like it can spend it." Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to help but couldn't. He could only look at the dejected Kim Bao in the cage sympathetically. "Ah!" A scream rang through the courtyard in the middle of the night. Yu Xiaoxiu was shocked. Yushu frowned, put down the abacus, stood up and walked out. The scream clearly came from Xia Mingming's room. When she walked out of the courtyard, Jing Chen happened to open the door and walk out. Yushu saw that he was only wearing a thin robe, so she waved at him and said, "Don't come out, I'll go take a look." Jing Chen now knew that men and women should be different. He wouldn't break into Xia Mingming's room even if Yushu didn't say it. He just stood at the door and didn't go forward. He looked in the direction of Yushu, in case of any accidents. Xia Mingming's door was closed. There was no one else in the courtyard. Yushu grabbed the iron bar against the wall and knocked on Xia Mingming's door. "Mingming, Mingming, what's wrong with you? Open the door." There was no response from inside, so Yushu leaned against the door and listened. She could hear intermittent cries coming from inside the room. She looked at the tightly shut door and was afraid that something might have happened inside. In a moment of desperation, she inserted the iron bar into the crack of the door and used all her strength to pry open the latch inside. It was dark in the room, but she could still see the shadows of people. She didn't find any thieves. Yushu lit the lamp in the dark and saw Xia Mingming sitting on the bed, holding his knees and crying with his hair disheveled. Yu Xiaoxiu stuck his head outside the door and didn't want to come in. Yushu put down the iron bar, walked over and sat down on the bed. She reached out and pushed her. What's wrong? Are you having sleep hysteria? Why are you crying? Don't you know that others need to sleep at night? Xia Mingming heard the sound and raised her head, revealing a sweaty face. Under the light, her face was pale. If it wasn't for Yushu's courage, she would be scared to death by her ghostly appearance. What? Dead, dead. Xia Mingming's voice was twitching, and her eyes were full of fear. Yushu's heart skipped a beat. She remembered Xia Mingming's ability to kill people in her dreams. She immediately grabbed her shoulder and asked, "Who's dead? Did you have a nightmare?" "Fourth sister, it's my fourth sister." Chapter 167. Fourth sister, it's my fourth sister. Yushu was speechless. Looking at Xia Mingming's pale face, she remembered that she had occasionally mentioned fourth sister. It seemed that their relationship wasn't very good. Don't panic. Tell me, what did you dream about? Xia Mingming gripped the quilt tightly and cried, "Blood. I dreamed that my fourth sister was killed. It was a rainy night. Someone sneaked into her room from the window and killed her. What should I do? My fourth sister. My fourth sister will die." Yushu's eyelids twitched. She comforted her, "Don't cry. Are you sure it's a dream? What if it's just a dream?" Xia Mingming hugged her head and said incoherently, "I don't know. I don't know. I just dreamed that something bad happened to her." Yushu thought that it was better to be safe than sorry. She hesitated and said, "Do you want to write a letter home as soon as possible? Can you make it in time?" Write a letter home." Xia Mingming looked at Yushu with tears in her eyes. "That's right." Yushu thought that she was dizzy from fright, so she pressed her shoulder and said, "You're just dreaming. You're not dead yet, right? If you had informed your family earlier, you might have been able to escape." Although she said that, she felt worried. She didn't know where Xia Mingming's home was. It would take at least half a month to send a letter from the capital. If she was supposed to die, she would have died a long time ago. Xia Mingming heard Yushu's words and suddenly stopped crying. She grabbed Yushu's hand and said, "Yes, yes. I have to inform her. I have to let her avoid it." Yushu saw that she was emotional and didn't dare to remind her that she might not make it in time. She comforted her, "Okay. I will accompany you to the post office tomorrow morning to write the letter. We will pick a fast horse to deliver it." "No, you don't have to write." Xia Mingming shook her head. She sniffed anxiously and said, "I will go find her at dawn. She is in the capital." "Ah." Yushu was surprised. "Your fourth sister is in the capital?" She thought that Xia Mingming had no relatives in the capital. It turned out that her sister was here. Xia Mingming wiped her tears and couldn't hide it from Yushu anymore. "Yes, she is studying in the LoveLore Library." Yushu was shocked again. Studying in the LoveLore Library. Xia Mingming's fourth sister was not simple. She had a big change every 3 years, and this year's didn't count. Didn't her fourth sister pass the Great Yen examination 3 years ago? TSK. She had thought that Ji Xingxuan from the Ji family was already strange enough. She hadn't expected that there would be more than one such amazing young lady. Xia Mingming calmed down a lot at this time. He vaguely guessed what she was thinking. He smiled bitterly and said, "My fourth sister is only 2 years older than me, but she is much smarter and more capable than me. 3 years ago, she passed the Great Yen examination. The elders in the family all like her very much. Back then, it was easy to send her to the capital to study, but my mother was very reluctant. If something really happened to her, my mother. Xia Mingming nodded. Yushu saw that her face was still dark. She suppressed her doubts and said, "You are from the same mother, right?" Xia Mingming nodded. Yushu saw that her face was still dark. Tomorrow morning, go to the LoveLore Library to find her. You two sisters can discuss how to guard against it. Xia Mingming was flustered. Are you not coming with me? At this time, Yushu was like a life-saving straw for Xia Mingming. If anything happened, she would be the first person Xia Mingming would think of. Yushu said, "I don't know you. What can I do? You have a big business. She will leave the capital alone. She will have a guard. I can't help. It's inconvenient. You can go by yourself." To put it bluntly, the life and death of the Xia Jiang family's fourth daughter had nothing to do with her. She was friends with Xia Mingming, but it didn't mean that she had to care about a stranger's life. Back then, when she forcefully saved Zhao Hui's life, Daoist Qingjing had once warned her that life and death were up to the will of the heavens. She shouldn't force anything, and an eye for an eye. Changing someone's lifespan would incur the wrath of the heavens. It was fine if it was for her own people. But it was not worth it for a stranger. If the fourth young mistress of the Xia Jiang clan really wanted to die, no one could stop her. Of course, she couldn't say this to Xia Mingming. No matter what, they were sisters. If she heard what she said, she would definitely fall out with her. But I'm alone. I'm alone. Xia Mingming's eyes were red as she stammered. She had snuck out from home. If she really went to find fourth sister, she didn't know how fourth sister would mock her. "Ashu, can you accompany me? You don't have to see you. Just wait for me." Xia Mingming held Yushu's hand. She begged, "Okay." Yushu thought about it and said, "I'll send you to LoveLore Library tomorrow." "Okay." Xia Mingming nodded quickly. She was afraid that Yushu would change her mind. "Go to sleep. Don't worry. Maybe you're dreaming." Yushu pushed Xia Mingming back to bed. She touched the cold sweat on her forehead. "I'll wake you up tomorrow morning. Go to sleep." Xia Mingming grabbed Yushu's hand and didn't let go. I'm a little scared. Ashu, can you sleep with me?" Jing Chen was just outside. If she really wanted her to sleep with Xia Mingming, he might say something shocking again. Yushu took this into consideration and did not agree. She patted her and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Didn't I hear you call out to me? Don't worry and sleep. I'll be right here. I'll leave after you fall asleep." Yushu waved at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was standing at the door. Yu Xiaoxiu saw that there was nothing else, so he scratched his head and left. After coaxing Xia Mingming to sleep, Yushu was so sleepy that her eyelids were fighting. She quietly left Xia Mingming's room and closed the door. She turned around and saw Jing Chen still standing at the door of the west room. He didn't seem to have moved. She was stunned and whispered, "Why aren't you asleep?" Jing Chen pointed at Xia Mingming's room and gestured with his hand, "Are you all right? It's just a nightmare. Don't worry. Go and sleep." Yushu pushed Jing Chen's shoulder and asked him to go into the room. The autumn night was already very cold. Jing Chen's body had just gotten better. If he caught a cold again, he would have to stay in bed for 2 more days. Jing Chen wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing Yushu's sleepy expression, he swallowed his words and obediently returned to the room. He closed the door and stood behind the door, listening to Yushu's footsteps. When she heard the sound of the door, she walked back to the bed and lay down with her clothes on. She closed her eyes. His mind was filled with the dream just now. He was in a vast fog, holding a long silver sword in his hand, practicing the set of swordsmanship that he remembered a few days ago. Not far away, there were a few blurry figures who seemed to be guiding him. They were wearing white robes with black patterns embroidered on the hem. Some had white beards, and some held horsetail whisks. Some sat on the ground, and some stood with their hands behind their backs. Before he could see their faces clearly, he was awakened by the cries in the courtyard. He could feel it. Those people in white robes were very important to him. But how could he not remember who they were? Yushu had long heard of the name of LoveLore Library. This time, she sent Xia Mingming to the north of the city and had a chance to see it. Previously, she had guessed what kind of spiritual treasure land could gather talents from all over the world. Even if it was not built magnificently, it should be beautiful with carved beams and painted rafters. However, when she really arrived at the door, she felt like she had been deceived. Is this LoveLore Library? She got off the carriage with Xia Mingming. After standing on the street for a moment, Yushu pointed to the opposite side of the street with a strange expression. There was a row of white walls less than 10 feet high, with old blue tiles hanging from them. There were 2 small yellow wooden doors. There were 3 steps in front of the door, which were flat on the road. There was a horizontal plaque at the top of the door. The shape was neither square nor round, and it was hard to tell whether it was red or purple. There were only 2 flat words written on it, LoveLore. Such a shabby facade was LoveLore Library. Could it be that the coachman was lazy and took them to the back door? This is it. Xia Mingming could understand Yushu's current mood. 2 years ago, when she returned to the capital for the first time, she saw that LoveLore Library was not as grand as their back door. She also suspected that she had come to the wrong place. However, when she really walked around, she realized that it was worthy of its reputation. However, she was worried about fourth sister and was not in the mood to explain these to Yushu. There are guards at the door, and no one is allowed to enter. I have to ask the guards to help me find fourth sister. Xia Mingming asked Yushu, "Are you waiting for me here?" Yushu looked around and pointed to a tea house that had just opened. "I will wait for you inside. Come find me when you are done." Okay. It was sultry today, and Xia Mingming was embarrassed to ask Yushu and to wait at the door with her. Yushu entered the tea house and saw that there were no customers on the first floor. She went directly to the second floor and found a shady spot by the railing. She could see clearly what was going on in front of LoveLore Library. However, when she wanted to look into LoveLore Library, she could only see green flowers and grass, blocking her view. She could not see any scenery. When Xia Mingming stood in front of the 2 small yellow doors, a guard came out. Yushu could only see half of the figure and could not hear anything. Yushu asked for a pot of the cheapest cloud pieces and took out a stack of papers that she carried with her. It was the paragraph that she copied at Xianghe House yesterday. It was a book that recorded the disasters that happened in various places in various years since the founding of the Duan Kingdom more than 300 years ago. There were also some annotations on the analysis of such as astrology, lunar eclipse, Chiman calculation, etc. She found the 5th volume, and she did not know how many more volumes there were. Yushu studied the manuscript in her hand and drank tea. She unconsciously forgot about Xia Mingming. When she remembered and looked back, she found that Xia Mingming was not in front of LoveLore Library. Yushu put down the teacup and stood up. She held the railing and looked down the street. She still did not see Xia Mingming. When she was worried and was about to pack up and go downstairs to look for him, she heard the voice of the waiter on the second floor. 2 guests, this way please. Be careful of the stairs. Yushu turned her head and saw 2 people coming up the stairs. The young woman walking in front was wearing a light yellow gauze dress. She held a round fan in her hand in front of her chest. This dress was the same as the two young ladies she saw in front of Xianghe house yesterday. Because she did not cover her face, this woman had a peach and plum face, and her eyebrows were proud. Yu Shu felt that this person was familiar and saw Xia Mingming behind her. This must be the fourth daughter of Xia Zhang's family. No wonder she looked familiar. She could see that Xia Mingming and she were 50% similar. The difference was that the former was more delicate, while the latter was more arrogant. They were both beautiful. Xia Mingming also saw Yu Shu and shook his head at her gently. Yu Shu understood and sat back down. She raised her cup with one hand and pretended to drink tea. She glanced at them from the corner of her eyes as they walked to an elegant room separated by a screen and sat down. Seeing that the waiter had retreated downstairs, he picked up the teapot and teacups from the table, moved to a place near the screen, and sat down again. Just as he perked up his ears, he heard a voice on the other end, "You're saying, you dreamt that I died?" When Yu Shu heard the voice of Xia Mingming, the fourth sister, she did not feel the slightest worry and fear that she should have. Instead, there was a sense of arrogance. Yes. If she did not know that the person sitting behind the screen was Xia Mingming, Yu Shu would have thought that the timid voice belonged to someone else. The other end of the screen quieted down. Yu Shu could not see their expressions. She waited to hear the fourth daughter of Xia Zhang's reaction. Who knew that she would get a sneer? Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Fourth sister, it's true this time. I didn't lie to you. I really dreamed it. You didn't lie to me. Then who was the one who lied and told father that he dreamt that he was kidnapped and killed on the road, almost causing him to miss the Great Yen examination 3 years ago and replacing second sister to seek the Tao at Mount Longhu, staying in the deep mountains and forests for the rest of his life? Wasn't it you? Ha! Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. Why did this fourth daughter of Xia Jiang sound like she had done something wicked to her? I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know at that time. I just wanted to. You don't have to explain. I don't want to hear it. I will write a letter home and ask someone to pick you up as soon as possible. The capital is not a place you should stay. I don't care how you came to the capital or where you have been staying these days. Now, stay here obediently and wait for someone to pick you up. Don't think about running around. Fourth sister. Can you believe me? I swear I didn't lie to you this time. I dreamt that someone jumped into your room from the window at night and took you. Xia Jiangmin. Yu Shu was startled when she heard the sudden rebuke from the other end of the screen. She rubbed her left ear and listened with her right ear. I'm in the LoveLore Library. Although I'm proficient in astrology, there are many classmates who are proficient in physiognomy. How can I not know if there's a disaster? If you continue to exaggerate, be careful that I won't be polite to you. When Yu Shu heard the sound of the table and chair moving, she quickly picked up the teapot and teacup before anyone came out. Just as she sat back down, she saw the fourth daughter of Xia Jiang walk out with a sullen face. Seeing her go down the stairs, Yu Shu got up and walked to the partition screen. Xia Mingming was sitting there in a daze, looking as if she had suffered a great blow. Yu Shu felt pity for her and coughed twice. That was your fourth sister, right? How is it? Have you discussed it? Xia Mingming slowly raised her head and said bitterly, She doesn't believe me. Yu Shu sighed and sat down on the chair beside her. Actually, I heard everything from outside just now. What's going on between you two? Have you lied to her before? Xia Mingming lowered her head and said nothing. Chapter 168. Ashu, you are a student of Yi, so you must have heard of it. Female Chenjing, Xia Jiangnan. Yu Shu shook her head honestly. She knew that Xia Mingming's original surname was not Xia but a compound surname, Xia Jiang. Ever since she entered the capital, she had been busy making a living and did not have the time to find out more about Xiao Zhang's family. Xiao Mingming sighed and said, "Sometimes I think you're really strange. You obviously know a lot of things, but you don't know the things that normal traders are familiar with." Yu Shu smiled and said, "I'm ignorant and inexperienced. Tell me, I'm listening." Xiao Mingming held the teacup tightly and softly narrated the history of the Han dynasty. About 100 years ago, there were two sons of Yi in the same dynasty, one with the surname Xia and the other with the surname Wen. This was the first time they had met in the 100 years since Di Yan's trial. At that time, the emperor was delighted and bestowed titles. One was Wen Qin, representing the brightness of the stars in the north. The other was Xia Jiang, representing the vastness of the Yangtze River in the Central Plains. The two sons of Wen Qin and Xia Jiang were favored by the emperor. Because the son of Wen Qin was older and the position of the celestial commissioner was vacant, the emperor appointed him to be the emperor's son-in-law. This was the story of 100 years ago. This was the second time Yu Shu heard of the names of the sons of Yi in the history of the Han dynasty. The first time was at Chao Zixin's place. She still remembered that the two sons of Yi were Qin Yang and Yun Hua. According to the time, Xia Jiang and Wen Qin came before the two of them. But why did the emperor of the Han dynasty like to betroth the princesses to the sons of Yi? Was it because he wanted to keep the goodies within the family? 20 years ago, the son of Yun Hua was the same. He married the grand princess, but unfortunately, he died early and the princess died for love. The two of them used this tragedy to become a story of the later generations. Who would have thought that the good times would not last long? For some unknown reason, Xia Jiang and Wen Qin became enemies with each other. Even the emperor could not force them to be together. The two of them were unwilling to work together in the imperial court, so they both asked to resign. The emperor had no choice but to give them two cities in the north and the south. Wen Qin was in the north, while Xia Jiang was in the south. From then on, the two of them changed their surnames to be given to their descendants to show the emperor's respect. Yu Shu rested her chin on her hands, listening with great interest. She interrupted, "So your surname is Xia Jiang, so you are the descendant of Xia Jiang Yi. That's my ancestor." Yu Shu nodded. "Go on." After being interrupted by Yu Shu, Xiaoming forgot what he was going to say. He thought for a while and continued, "The guests of the world admired the name of the EZ. They all came to seek advice. In the south, they looked for Xia Jiang, in the north, they looked for Wen Qin. Both Xia Jiang and Wen Qin were friendly people and did not reject anyone. Every day, there was an endless stream of people coming to the door. At that time, the emperor wanted to separate the two of them from each other. Who would have thought that after 10 years, the guests of the world became divided into the north and the south? Every year, the Dian met in the capital. Wen Qin was the number one guest of the north and Xia Jiang was the number one guest of the south. They could not tolerate each other. Once this happened, the imperial court debated endlessly. There were even people who said that Wen Qin and Xia Jiang were up to no good and instigated the north and south to exchange guests. When Yu Shu heard this, she was secretly speechless. It seemed that having two EZ in the same imperial court was not a good thing. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot contain two tigers. Fortunately, the emperor was wise and did not listen to the slanderous words of the lowly people. Instead, he ordered the celestial commissioner to build the imperial historian's library. After the Dian examination, the guests of the north and south could choose people who could be taught there to further their studies. Yu Shu's expression turned serious. She secretly thought that the emperor's methods were brilliant. This way, it did not matter if one was from the south or the north. As long as one had potential, once they arrived in the capital and entered the imperial historian's library, they would have to unify and educate them. Not only did this solve the dilemma of the guests of the north and south, it also strengthened the position of the celestial commissioner. Xia Mingming licked his lips and lowered his head to drink a mouthful of cold tea. He said in a daze, a few decades ago, the ancestors Xia Jiang and Wenqin passed away. The two families were not as prosperous as before. On the surface, they were still the representatives of the guests of the North and South. In every generation, there would be one or two people, but they no longer had the elegance of the past. Therefore, in order to revitalize the family, from my grandfather's generation, we began to send the children of the family to the deep mountains to seek Tao. However, our Xia Jiang family's incense was not strong. In my generation, there were 6 sisters of the same generation, but only one cousin inherited the incense. Yu Shu rubbed her chin. She thought about what she had eavesdropped on 4th Miss Xia Jiang talking about going to Mount Longhu to seek Tao. Going to the mountains to seek Tao, not to mention suffering, we might not even be able to enter the mountain gate of Taoism. Great-grandfather set a rule that all the children of the Xia Jiang family who were sent to the mountains to seek Tao would not be allowed to return home if they gained nothing. Therefore, there were people who died of old age outside, and there were also those who could not bear it and left the family. At that time, I was young and ignorant. I almost caused 4th sister to take the place of 2nd sister. We have never been on good terms, so it is natural that she would hate me. Yu Shu could hear the regret and sadness in Xia Mingming's voice. She more or less sympathized with her. Being born in such a family, being mediocre was a mistake. Just as she was about to comfort her, Yu Shu suddenly felt that something was wrong. She still remembered that when they were camping in the mountains, Xia Mingming had claimed that she was the trash of the Xia Jiang family. However, after these days of interaction, Xia Mingming was obviously a good seedling with good aptitude. If she studied hard, she might be able to achieve something. Even if her dreams were useless, she should not be trash. Could it be that all her peers in the family were weirdos like her 4th sister? Mingming, let me ask you. Are there any other sisters in your family who are studying in LoveLore Library? Xia Mingming did not know that Yu Shu was testing her. She shook her head and said, only my 4th sister got in. That was strange. Yu Shu touched her chin and looked at Xia Mingming suspiciously. She had a vague guess in her heart, but she could not hide it, so she asked. Mingming, other than you, is there anyone else in your family who can dream about the afterlife? Hearing this, Xia Mingming was stunned. She averted her eyes and said unnaturally, why are you asking this? Looking at her expression, Yu Shu already knew the answer. Because it was a secret of the Xia Jiang family, she did not pursue the matter. Even though she was extremely curious, it turned out that Xia Mingming was not the only one in the Xia Jiang family whose dreams could be solved. It was just that her dream was the weakest. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go back. Yu Shu picked up a piece of dessert from the plate on the table and put it in her mouth. Xia Mingming said, go back. But my 4th sister, I haven't talked to her yet. Are you planning to spend the night here? Yu Shu asked. I think you won't be able to see her today. Based on Xia Mingming's angry expression when 4th sister left, the two of them would quarrel whenever they met. Xia Mingming said anxiously, how can I do that? I didn't dream about the specific day of her accident. What if it happened tonight? Yu Shu patted her shoulder and said fearlessly, didn't you say it happened on a rainy day? Don't worry, I'm here. Let me tell you, it won't rain for the next 3 days. You can come back tomorrow to persuade her. That's right, Oshu, your Qingyu's predictions are the best. Xia Mingming's face revealed a hint of happiness, but then she said worriedly, are you sure it won't rain today? I'm sure. Alright, let's go, we can still make it in time for dinner if we go back earlier. Yu Shu pulled Xia Mingming out without saying a word. When they reached the staircase, they were stopped by the smiling waiter. Dear guests, have you finished your tea? Would you like to settle the bill? Yu Shu said, settle the bill. I've already paid. I only ordered a pot of cloud and gave you the money immediately. The waiter stretched out his hand and pointed to the private room behind them. I'm talking about that table. Yu Shu frowned and pulled Xia Mingming's ear. Your fourth sister didn't pay for the food. I don't think so. Yu Shu cursed her bad luck and turned to ask the waiter, how much is it? Thank you for your patronage, a pot of de hong pao and 4 kinds of pastries. The total is 5 taels and 70 jiao. Yu Shu's face stiffened. She scolded Xia Mingming and her fourth sister in her heart. She reluctantly took the money bag and took out all the silver and jiao inside, barely enough to count. Xia Mingming knew she was worried about money, so she didn't dare to say anything. Seeing her pay the bill and ask the waiter for oiled paper, she asked in confusion, what do you need paper for? Yu Shu glared at her, what else can I do? These are several taels of pastries, don't you need to pack them? What's with that expression? I'll put it on your bill and settle it later. It was already afternoon when Yu Shu and Xia Mingming returned to their home on Huixing Street. Before they reached the door, they heard laughter in their courtyard. Yu Shu was puzzled and quickened her steps. Xia Mingming followed closely behind her. The courtyard door was half open. Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu were sitting in the courtyard. There were 2 people with their backs to the door. From their backs, they were a young girl and an old woman. Yu Shu could hear their laughter from afar. Seeing outsiders in their house, Yu Shu frowned. In order to prevent Jing Chen from contacting outsiders, she didn't talk to the surrounding neighbors. Where did these people come from? Brother, you're back. Yu Xiaoxiu saw Yu Shu first. When he called, Jing Chen was the first to turn his face. Then the 2 guests got up from the stool and turned their heads to look. When Yu Shu saw the face, she was stunned for a moment. She recognized the woman. She was the aunt of the house across the street. Her surname was Su. But what about the girl? If she remembered correctly, this girl had come to her stall to ask for fortune-telling. It seemed that her surname was Zhou. The reason why she remembered it clearly was that she took Jing Chen to set up the stall that day. It was because of this Miss Zhou that she returned home early. When the girls saw Yu Shu, she smiled and said, Mr. Yu. Yu Shu was stunned and nodded in response, Miss Zhou. You still remember me? Miss Zhou pouted and angrily said, I thought you had already forgotten about me. That day I was waiting for you on the street the whole morning, but I didn't see you. You said you were going to test my horoscope. Are you going back on your word? Before Yu Shu could reply, Xia Mingming heard the girl questioning Yu Shu in a coquettish voice. She was unhappy. She had something on her mind and couldn't bear to see Yu Shu be happy. She pulled Yu Shu aside and asked in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, Who is this? Someone who had my fortune told at my stall. Yu Shu turned her head to look at Miss Zhou and Aunt Su. She hesitated and said, You two are. Aunt Su smiled and said, Fang Fang is my niece. She came to see me today. Coincidentally, there was a lack of vinegar for lunch. So I asked her to come to your house to borrow it. I didn't expect you two to know each other. Zhou Fangfang turned her head to look at Jing Qin. She said sweetly, It was Jing Dage who opened the door. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have recognized him. Chapter 169. With two more people in the small courtyard, it suddenly became lively. Zhou Fangfang was a lively and cheerful little girl. When the girls saw Yu Shu came back, she asked her to read her horoscope, saying that she needed to make up for the last one. Yu Shu wanted to quickly send her away, so she asked Yu Xiaoxiu to go into the room to get a pen and ink. She set up a table in the courtyard, calculated her horoscope and wrote comments for her. Zhou Fangfang didn't know many words, so she asked Yu Shu to read the comments to her and asked Jing Chen to make another copy. It was true that Yu Shu's calligraphy was not as elegant as Jing Chen's. Zhou Fangfang happily received the note that Jing Chen had rewritten. She didn't care if she could understand it or not. After she was satisfied, she asked Yu Shu, "Do you want to accept Bo Jin?" Yu Shu waved her hand. "We agreed last time, why do you still want to take money?" Zhou Fangfang then pushed Auntie Sue forward and said with a smile, "Then please read my aunt's horoscope as a thank you for cooking for your brother this afternoon." Yu Shu glanced at Yu Xiaoxiu and didn't ask much. She just asked Auntie Sue's horoscope for her birthday. Auntie Sue was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She took the comments written by Yu Shu and put it into her sleeve. Seeing that they had stayed in the house for a long time, she pulled Zhou Fangfang to leave. Yu Shu sent them to the door. Auntie Sue stood in front of the door and said, "Xiao Yu, we are neighbors. If there is any inconvenience in the future, you can go to the opposite door to find me." Older women liked to visit, not to mention Yu Shu's courtyard. Every one of them was young, charming, and had a sweet tongue. How could she not like them? I know, Auntie Sue. Yu Shu didn't dare to say anything polite. She was afraid that they would take it seriously and come to visit frequently in the future. Then she would be tired. After finally coaxing the two of them away, Yu Shu closed the door and called Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen into the room to talk. Xia Ming returned to his room early in the morning out of boredom. He hadn't seen her come out even after sending the guests off. "How can you let others cook for you? Do you lack salt and rice?" Yu Shu had warned Yu Xiaoxiu before that Jing Chen's identity was special. If people found out that he was a Taoist, there would be a lot of trouble. So, he was not allowed to let others enter the house. Yu Xiaoxiu felt wronged and said, "It was Auntie Sue who forced her niece to send food over. I couldn't just push her out. The food they sent was all on the stove. Brother Jing didn't eat it, so I only tasted a few mouthfuls. The two of us cooked some noodles. Later, they came to take the bowls. How could I not let them in? You're so greedy." Yu Shu turned to Jing Chen and said, "Did you take your medicine at noon?" Jing Chen shook his head. When he was about to boil the medicine, a guest came. He went to open the door. The medicine bag was still in the kitchen. Yu Shu looked at Jing Chen's face, which was flushed from the sun. The more she looked, the more handsome he looked. No wonder Miss Zhou didn't want to leave when she saw him. If it were her, she would also want to look at him a few more times. Yu Shu got up and said, "I'll boil the medicine for you. Go back to your room and rest for a while. Xiaoxiu, move all the chairs in the yard." "Oh, okay." Yu Shu went to the kitchen. Jing Chen did not return to his room. Instead, he followed her. Standing at the door, Yu Shu squatted by the stove and started the fire. She turned her head and asked, "Why don't you go and rest?" Jing Chen shook his head. Recently, Yu Shu's most frequent words to him was to ask him to go back to his room and rest. He knew that she cared about him, but he really didn't think that he was so weak that he needed to lie in bed all day. "When your body gets better, I'll take you to the Taoist temple in Anling City. Let's see if you can remember anything." Yu Shu told Jing Chen about her plan. When she saw his eyes lit up and his mood was written all over his face, she could not help but smile. "Are you bored staying at home and want to go out for a walk?" Jing Chen shook his head and then nodded. He did not feel bored, but he wanted to remember the past as soon as possible. He did not want Xiaoyu to do everything for him anymore, while he could not help Xiaoyu share any of his burdens. He did not like this kind of helpless situation. After pouring the medicine for Jing Chen to drink, Yu Shu washed her face and carried the quilts that were taken out to dry in the morning into the house. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiu feeding the expensive snacks that she bought from the tea house to Kim Bao, she did not say anything. Xia Mingming stayed in the room the whole time and only came out when it was time for dinner in the evening. Her face was gloomy the whole time. Yu Shu knew that she was in a heavy mood, so she did not talk to ease the atmosphere during dinner like usual. They ate dinner quietly. Today, Xia Mingming actually took the initiative to clean the dishes in the kitchen. In ancient times, there was no such thing as detergent when washing dishes. They had to rely on a loofah to wash the dishes back and forth. The used dishes were all dry. Even Yu Shu hated washing dishes, let alone the spoiled Xia Mingming. Are you still worried about your fourth sister? I'll accompany you to find her tomorrow. Yu Shu leaned against the door with her arms crossed. Xia Mingming was squatting by the ditch in the yard to wash the dishes. It's not all because of her, Xia Mingming said sadly. Fourth sister must have sent a letter home. Someone will come to pick me up soon. When I return to Jiangnan, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other again. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. She felt that he was too pessimistic. Where do you live? Leave a place for me. Even if you can't come out in the future, I can still visit you. Xia Mingming just shook her head without saying anything. What's wrong? Your Xia Jiang family doesn't welcome visitors? Yu Shu teased. Eldest sister and second sister are both married. My third brother passed away a long time ago. Fourth sister is studying in Taisher Shuyuan. Sixth sister is still young. My father, as the head of the family, can't be biased. This time, I ran away from home. When I return, I will definitely be sent to Mount Longhu to seek Taoism. Yu Shu's expression changed. She didn't realize it when Xia Mingming mentioned Wenchen and Xia Jiang during the day. Now that she heard her confession, she suddenly understood. No wonder she was so desperate to take the Dian exam. It was because she wanted to avoid this matter. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yu Shu complained that she hid it for too long. If she had known earlier, she would have asked Xue Shu to lend her 50 taels to register for the exam. Xia Mingming looked gloomy. It's my bad luck. Think about it. On my way to the capital, I went through several hardships. None of them were smooth. Even if my name is recorded, the exam won't be smooth. It's a waste of the 6-line divination you taught me. Seeing that she was disheartened, Yu Shu didn't comfort her or help her. She just patted her on the shoulder and turned back to the house. As a daughter of a big family, she didn't have to worry about food and clothing, but she also had a considerable responsibility to bear. This was understandable. Whether she wanted to escape or comply, it was up to her. Xia Mingming went to Taisher Shuyuan again the next day. Her fourth sister, Xia Jiangying, simply refused to see her. Xia Mingming had no choice but to break into Taisher Shuyuan to find her. She waited for the whole morning and was so anxious that her mouth was blistered. The gatekeeper said that my fourth sister went out. What should I do? I don't know where she went. Accompany me to wait. Xia Mingming ran to the tea house and found Yu Shu, who was reading. Yu Shu immediately packed up her things, put down the tea money, and said calmly, "Go back and come back tomorrow. Wait a little longer. Maybe she will come back later." Idiot, she is deliberately avoiding you. Yu Shu pulled Xia Mingming downstairs. Come back tomorrow. I will find a way to get her out. She originally didn't care about this matter, but after hearing Xia Mingming's confession last night, she changed her mind. Xia Mingming was already unlucky enough to miss the Dian examination. If Xia Jiangying really died for no reason, this girl would not be able to rest in peace for the rest of her life. She would also be unhappy. Xia Mingming followed Yu Shu home doubtfully. The next day, Yu Shu asked Xia Mingming to hide in the tea house and look for Xia Jiangying at the door of the Taisher Shuyuan. The entrance of Taisher Library was shabby, and the guards inside were fully equipped. They carried knives and swords and wore official uniforms. Yushu waited until there were no more people coming in and out of the door before putting on a nervous expression. She rubbed her hands and went forward to talk to the guard. "Brother guard, please do me a favor. I have an urgent matter to discuss with Miss Xia Jiang. Could you please go in and help me pass a message to Miss Xia Jiang that something has happened to her fifth sister and ask her to come out and see me?" There was probably only one Miss Xia Jiang in the entire Taisha Shuyuan. Although the guard at the door wasn't the same as yesterday, he knew who Yushu was asking about. Seeing her anxious expression, he asked her to wait at the door and quickly went inside to look for Miss Xia Jiang. Yushu waited in front of the door for more than a quarter of an hour. She poked her head out and saw a few people hurrying over from behind the row of flower ponds. The guard at the front pointed in the direction of Yushu and spoke to the people behind. Yushu saw Xia Mingming's fourth sister at a glance, but her eyes jumped to the woman with a veil covering her face behind Xia Jiangying. At first, she only felt that she looked familiar, but when she got closer, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Wasn't this the precious fourth miss of the Ji family, Ji Xingxuan? When she was still in Yiyang City, the Shui family and the Ji family were discussing marriage. She had seen Ji Xingxuan once at the Ji family. Although half of Ji Xingxuan's face was covered at that time, her facial features could be seen through the veil. Moreover, this woman's eyes were extremely intelligent and moving. It was hard to forget them after seeing them once. Coupled with her temperament, it was hard to mistake her. It was really a narrow road for enemies. In such a big city like Anling, she met an old friend every 2 to 3 days. Yushu wasn't sure if Ji Xingxuan recognized her. Seeing that the two were getting closer, she couldn't retreat. She could only comfort herself that she had a common face. If they met in the capital, Ji Xingxuan might not remember her. It wasn't that she was afraid of the Ji family, but it was better to avoid trouble. It would be troublesome if she was recognized. "Are you the one looking for me?" Xia Jiangying looked slightly worried. "Where is Xia Jiangmin? What happened to her?" Ji Xingxuan and Xia Jiangying were both interested in astrology. The two of them were very close. Coincidentally, they were discussing academics together today. When they heard the guard's report, they came over together. When they saw Yushu waiting outside the door, they didn't recognize her at first glance. However, just like when Yushu saw her for the first time, she felt that this person looked familiar. Yushu inadvertently glanced at Ji Xingxuan. Seeing that there was no expression on her face, she thought that Ji Xingxuan did not recognize her. She lowered her voice and said to Xia Jiangying, "It's not convenient to talk here. How about we go to the tea house opposite to talk?" Chapter 170. Xia Mingming was hiding on the second floor of the tea house. When he saw Yushu coaxing her fourth sister out and leading Xia Jiangying over, he quickly retracted his head and sat on pins and needles as he waited upstairs. Yushu bit the bullet and led Xia Jiangying and Ji Xingxuan into the tea house. There weren't many customers on the second floor. When Xia Jiangying entered the private room and saw Xia Jiangmin sitting inside, she realized that she had been tricked. She turned around angrily and was about to leave when Xia Mingming quickly stood up to stop her. Fourth sister, don't go. Listen to me, just a few words, okay?" The two of them pulled at the door and Yushu took a step back. She glanced at Ji Xingxuan, who was also standing at the door, and didn't enter. She listened to what was going on inside. "What do you want to say? If you want to talk about those ridiculous dreams of yours, then forget it," Xia Jiangying said coldly. "Okay, then let's talk about how I lied to father about you being in danger 3 years ago. Don't be angry and let me finish. At that time, you didn't listen to my explanation and left Shangjing. After that, I didn't have a chance to explain to you. Today, I will tell you everything. Okay, go ahead. I want to hear how you will argue today. Xia Jiangying turned around and lifted the curtain. She didn't forget that there were people outside. Xingxuan, wait for me downstairs. I will go down in a moment. The sisters' private conversation would inevitably involve the family's affairs. It wasn't good for outsiders to hear it. Xia Jiangying was older. Even when she was angry, she was more considerate than Xia Mingming. Okay. Ji Xingxuan turned around and went downstairs to wait. Xia Jiangying wasn't so polite to Yu Shu. She waved her hand impatiently. There's nothing for you to do here. She treated Yu Shu as a passerby. Yu Shu wasn't angry. She said goodbye to Xia Mingming and left. When she walked to the stairs, she turned around and saw that the curtain of the private room was pulled down from the inside. She couldn't hear anything. Yu Shu went downstairs and found Ji Xingxuan sitting in the corner. She turned around and walked to a tea table a little further away from her. She sat down with her back facing Ji Xingxuan. Ji Xingxuan also saw Yu Shu. Looking at her back, she felt that this person looked familiar. She had a good memory. She had a good memory, and it was impossible that she didn't remember people she had met before. But when she tried to recall carefully, she couldn't find anyone who looked similar. She frowned suspiciously. She picked up the teacup and slowly took a sip. A pleasant yellow color appeared on her snow-white wrist. It flashed and slipped into her sleeve. When Yu Shu saw Ji Xingxuan today, she couldn't help but think about the people in Yang City. She had been away from Yang City for almost 4 months. She didn't know how Zhao Hui was doing. When the merchant ship was in danger, she didn't know how that two-faced Bai Qing would lie to Pei Jing. She would probably say that she died in the hands of the pirates. Zhao Hui would definitely be sad if she knew. There was also the Ji family. She had ruined the Ji family's reputation in court. Ji Hyotani didn't know how he dealt with it. Did anyone send for her? Did they make things difficult for Pei Jing? It was still early in the morning. The sun rose high in the sky. Yu Shu waited for a long time, but Xia Mingming didn't come downstairs. She was about to go upstairs to take a look when she saw someone coming down from the second floor. Xia Mingming and Xia Jiangying walked down the stairs one after the other. Both of their eyes were red and the corners of their eyes were moist. It was obvious that they had just cried. Yu Shu observed carefully and felt the change in the atmosphere between the two sisters. To be honest, it seemed that they were no longer as incompatible as before. Xia Jiangying's next action proved that Yu Shu's feeling was right. Xingxuan, Xia Jiangying led Xia Mingming to Ji Xingxuan's table. She actually guided the two of them and introduced them to Xia Mingming. Min Min, this is the 4th daughter of the Ji family in Yang City, Ji Xingxuan. She and I took the Dian examination together and entered LoveLore Library together. She is my good friend. Because the two sisters quarreled, Xia Mingming was embarrassed. Miss Ji, I was impolite before. I made a fool of myself. Ji Xingxuan was clever. Seeing the two sisters reconcile, she said gently, no need to be so formal. Sister Ying and I are not strangers. Yes, you are not an outsider. Xia Jiangying took Ji Xingxuan's hand and pointed at Xia Mingming. This is my 5th sister. I mentioned her to you before. At that time, we had some misunderstandings and made you worry. Ji Xingxuan chuckled. If there are any misunderstandings, just make it clear. She then said to Xia Mingming, your sister often told me that there is a sister in your family who has a similar temperament and appearance. Today, I see that it is true. They are both short-tempered and leave quickly. Hearing this teasing, Xia Mingming shyly lowered her head. After a while, she raised it again and said to Xia Jiangying, sister, let me introduce you to someone. I relied on her to get to the capital. Xia Mingming turned to look for Yu Shu. However, there were only 3 to 5 customers in the tea house. She looked left and right, but Yu Shu was nowhere to be seen. Wait, where is she? Strange, she was here just a moment ago. How did she disappear in the blink of an eye? Where did she go? Xia Mingming was puzzled. Ji Xingxuan's gaze fell on the seat where Yu Shu was sitting. She saw that there was only a teacup left. She felt a little strange and was about to ask when she heard Xia Jiangying say, Min Min, I will go back to the library and find a teacher to tell my fortune. You can stay at the Feng Yuan Inn on this street. I will look for you when I am done. We can have a good talk then. Xia Jiangying took out her silver pouch and gave it to Xia Mingming. She pinched her shoulder and said, Don't run around so that I can't find you, okay? Xia Mingming nodded obediently. Once the gap of many years was cleared, she was behaving like a younger sister. After Xia Jiangying and Ji Xingxuan left, Yu Shu walked out from the corner of the stairs and patted Xia Mingming, who was looking around for her. Ah Shu! Where did you go just now? I didn't even introduce you to my 4th sister. They went to the toilet. Yu Shu looked at the door and pulled her to sit in the corner again. What did your 4th sister say? A smile appeared on Xia Mingming's face. It was the first sunny day he had seen in days. My 4th sister said that she would be careful these days. Did you see the young lady who came with her? Of course, Yu Shu knew who Ji Xingxuan was, but she pretended not to know her in front of Xia Mingming and shook her head. Xia Mingming said, That would be the young miss of your Yang City's Ji family, Ji Xingxuan. My 4th sister has a good relationship with her, so she intends to talk to her about switching to her room for the next 2 nights. At night, she'll add 2 female guards to keep watch outside. Yu Shu said, She will sleep in someone else's room. What about Miss Ji? The old master of the Ji family works for the Celestial Commissioner and has a mansion in the capital. Miss Ji can go home and live there. Yu Shu was puzzled. Oh. The Ji family has a mansion in the capital. Doesn't your Xia family have one too? Why do you insist on sleeping in the study garden? Since you know that something will happen, isn't it safer to move out? Xia Mingming said helplessly, You don't know. Our Xia family has the reputation of being the leader of the South. There is an endless stream of guests in front of our mansion in the capital. After my grandfather retired and returned to his hometown, he left the mansion empty. The Diyan examination is approaching and my 4th sister is busy preparing for it. She can't wait to sleep in the observatory. How would she be willing to move out? Preparing for the examination. Didn't your 4th sister pass the Diyan examination? How can she take it again? Yu Shu was puzzled. She had only heard of people who failed to take the examination again. Why did people who were on the list have to take the examination again? Of course she has to. My 4th sister only scored 300 yuan in the last examination. She didn't even make it into the top 3. She can become a DE master. Xia Mingming raised his head and puffed out his chest. Yu Shu knew that she had asked another useless question. She didn't feel ashamed to ask. She continued, If that's the case, whether or not she passes the examination, as long as she wants to take it, she can take it again. Xia Mingming chuckled, That's true, but it's hard to get to the level of a DE master. Beyond that would be the level of a E master, which only appears once every few decades. How many people overestimate themselves? Yu Shu nodded. She finally understood. The Diyan examination was not only a qualification test but also a promotion test. It was no wonder that the Grand Yen examination was not easy. There were even people from the Taisher Library taking part. In this way, everyone was not on the same starting line. Most of the top 3 in each subject would be occupied by people from the Taisher Library. It would be difficult, too difficult, to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. She remembered the ranking of the Diyan examination. It was Chao Zixin who told her that among the subjects, except for mathematics, those who could make it into the top 100 in a single subject would be a Yi Shi. Those who made it into the top 3 in 2 subjects would be a De Yi Shi. As for the Yi Zi, only those who made it into the top 3 in 3 subjects could be crowned. Shu. Xia Mingming hesitated and said to Yu Shu, "Fourth sister wants me to stay at the nearby Fengyuan Inn for a few days. I also want to stay close to her when someone from home comes to pick me up." Yu Shu smiled. "Why do I see that you two have forgiven each other? Didn't you two hate each other so much?" Xia Mingming twirled his hair behind his ear and lowered his head. "Actually, fourth sister isn't a bad person. She's just as straightforward and stubborn as I am. We talked a lot upstairs just now, and we made up. Don't laugh at me." "Why would I laugh at you?" Yu Shu patted her arm. "Isn't this good? Since she wants you to stay nearby, why don't you go back with me to pack your luggage?" Yu Shu did not know what the two sisters talked about upstairs. She was happy to see the matter settled and send Xia Mingming home as soon as possible. Xia Mingming saw that Yu Shu did not urge her to stay and pouted, "You are in such a hurry to chase me away." Yu Shu coaxed her, "No, you should at least bring 2 sets of clothes. Why don't you stay with me at the inn for 2 days? After my fourth sister's matter is settled, I will go back to Xing Street with you." Xia Mingming was reluctant to leave Yu Shu. Yu Shu refused without thinking, "I still have something to do. Besides, it's not convenient for me to be here. Oh, by the way, you didn't mention me to your fourth sister just now, did you?" Xia Mingming shook her head. "I didn't have time to tell her. I wanted to introduce you just now but I didn't see you." "That's good." Yu Shu cautiously reminded her, "If she asks you, just tell her that you only know me as Shu. Don't mention anything else, including the matter of me teaching you the Luyao." Xia Mingming's fourth sister, Xia Jiangying, was a good friend of Ji Xinglu. If she really heard about her, the Ji family would probably hear about it and guess who she was. Xia Mingming was about to ask her why, but then she thought of Jing Qin at home. She thought that Yu Shu did not want to reveal too much because of Jing Chen's identity as a Taoist. She was depressed. Then I can't tell my family anything. You saved my life and escorted me all the way. I still want to repay you." Chapter 171. Xia Mingming followed Yu Shu to Huixing Street to pack up her clothes. Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Qin had different reactions when they heard that Xia Mingming was leaving. You're moving out." Yu Xiaoxiu was a little surprised. He didn't hear them mention it before, and now she was leaving. It was indeed too sudden. Xia Mingming said, "Yes, don't you always dislike me? Now you don't have to see me every day. Are you happy?" Yu Xiaoxiu was speechless. Even if he disliked Xia Mingming, they had spent so many days together. Even a dog should have developed some feelings for her. It was not that he was reluctant to part with her, but when he heard that she was leaving, he felt a little disappointed. Xia Mingming thought that she had guessed Yu Xiaoxiu's thoughts. She rolled her eyes at him and grabbed Kim Bao, who was next to him. She used her finger to tickle its chin and complained, Kim Bao, I'm leaving. If you're locked in a cage again, no one will let you out. Good luck." Chirp. Kim Bao comfortably raised its neck and wagged its tail behind it. It was not the least bit interested in what Xia Mingming was saying. Jing Qin asked Yu Shu what was going on with his eyes. "Oh, she found her fourth sister," Yu Shu explained to the two. "She had a nightmare the day before yesterday. She dreamed that something would happen to her sister. She wanted to live closer so that she could take care of her. That night, Xia Mingming woke up from a nightmare. Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu were both there. They more or less heard some things. Yu Shu couldn't hide it, but she wouldn't mention it. She just mentioned it lightly. She didn't want them to worry about her. It was enough for her to worry alone. In fact, Xia Mingming didn't have much to pack. She only had 2 or 3 sets of clothes, all of which were bought by Yu Shu. She carried the packed bag and looked around the simple bedroom, which wasn't even as big as the side room at home. She felt a bit reluctant to leave. Thinking back to the journey to the capital, he had gone through thick and thin with Yu Shu and the others, going through thick and thin together. Their separation was imminent, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but turn sour. "Let's go, I'll send you off. Any later and the sky will be dark. Your 4th sister might already be waiting for you." Yu Shu pushed Xia Mingming's shoulders out of the room and closed the door behind her. It was not that she could not see Xia Mingming's reluctance. But he had to leave sooner or later, so there was no need to linger. Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen walked Xia Mingming to the door with Yu Shu. At the entrance of the small courtyard, Xia Mingming bid farewell to them. "Xiaoxiu, brother Jing, I'm leaving. I'll come back to see you when my 4th sister is safe." Jing Chen waved his hand at her. Yu Xiaoxiu muttered, "It's better if you don't come back. It'll be more relaxed if there's one less person in the house. It saves salt and rice." Hearing this, Xia Mingming laughed angrily. "Brat, I eat less than Kim Bao." Yu Xiaoxiu was not convinced. Kim Bao doesn't need to sleep alone in a room, and it won't cause trouble all day long. "How old am I? How old is it? How can we compare?" "Yu Xiaoxiu, do you want to quarrel?" Xia Mingming rolled up her sleeves. She had slept in the wild forest, eaten sparrow meat, and worked in a training hole. She lowered her head and bowed in front of her. She was no longer the delicate young lady who could be rendered speechless by others with just a few words. "Humph, who wants to quarrel with you?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked disdainful. Seeing Xia Mingming's red face, he felt a little better than before. All right. Jing Chen and Xiaoxiu go in. I'll send her off." Seeing that they would not stop arguing, Yu Shu hurriedly asked Jing Chen to close the door and dragged Xia Mingming away. The next day after Xia Mingming left, Yu Shu pushed her cart to Autumn Osmanthus Lane to set up a stall again. Today, the first customer was a little special. "How is it? Will it rain tomorrow?" Yu Shu held a pen and wrote on the paper. She pushed away Xia Mingming's head that was about to touch her face with one finger. "Isn't your 4th sister proficient in astrology? Can't Qingyu do it herself? You came to me specifically. Aren't you looking for something far away?" Xia Mingming laughed dryly. "I still think it's safe to let you do it." Others might not know, but she had a deep understanding of it. As long as Ashu said that it would be sunny tomorrow, it would never rain. It was not that she didn't believe in her 4th sister's ability. "You sneaked out to find me, right?" Yu Shu said without looking up. "Did your 4th sister ask about me yesterday?" Xia Mingming stuck out her tongue. "Last night, she stayed alone in the inn and fell asleep in the middle of the night. She got up before dawn and took a carriage to the south of the city. She really didn't tell her 4th sister." "She did. Don't worry. I just told her what you said. I didn't say anything else." Xia Mingming looked at Yu Shu with her hands on her cheeks. Just now, she noticed that her hair that covered her forehead was neatly combed to the back of her head, revealing a clean forehead. Her delicate features were much better looking than those burly men. She had never seen Ashu in women's clothing. She had always looked like a teenager. To be honest, if it wasn't for Ashu telling her personally and seeing it with her own eyes, it would be hard for her not to see her as a love interest. "That's good. Here," Yu Shu showed her the narrow paper in her hand. She pointed at the top and said, "There will be a rain tomorrow after dusk. There will be a rain the night after tomorrow. It has to be near, within these 2 days. Otherwise, if you come to find me in these 2 days, I can only calculate until the 5th day." Xia Mingming's nightmares were blurry. She only knew that it happened on a rainy night. She didn't know who the culprit was or why. Thus, other than being careful, there was no other way. Yushu saw Xia Mingming's worried frown. After hesitating, she suggested, "In my opinion, you should take this opportunity to find the culprit. Otherwise, even if you hide this time, what if there is a next time?" Xia Mingming sighed and said in a low voice, "Fourth sister said that she has already ridden home. No matter who the culprit is, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Wait for my father to come. Our Xiaojiang clan is not a small clan. The change of the head of the south is not a joke. The Dian examination is near, and it is also the meeting between the north and the south. There are many eyes on our Xiaojiang clan. The slightest trouble will alarm the court. How can we cause trouble?" After hearing this, Yushu's impression of Xia Jiangying immediately improved. She was able to consider the stakes first, put the reputation of her family above her own safety, and remained calm. This Xia Zhang's fourth daughter was definitely not a simple young lady. This kind of girl was worthy of admiration. Yushu's fingers tapped on the table a few times. She raised her head and said to Xia Mingming, "Do you know your fourth sister's birthday and horoscope?" Xia Mingming nodded. Yushu handed her a pen and paper. "Write it down." Under her deliberate concealment, Xia Mingming only knew that she knew the occult door, the 6 trigrams technique, and knew a little about astrology. He did not know that she was good at other things. Using the law of time of calamity, he could divine for Xia Jiangying. If she met with a fatal disaster, he could at least determine when it would be. Xia Mingming wrote down Xia Jiangying's birthday and horoscope. Seeing that Yushu was writing again on the abacus, he knew that she was doing it for his fourth sister. He pressed down on Yushu's hand and said, "There is no need to do it. My fourth sister consulted an extremely prestigious old teacher in the library yesterday. She knows what to do." Just as Yushu was about to say something, another fortune teller came to the stall. Xia Mingming saw that she had business, so he stood up to make way for her. Seeing this, Yushu could only focus on the customer in front of her. Xia Mingming got money from Xia Jiangmin and sat with Yushu in Osmanthus Lane until noon. He then dragged her to a nearby restaurant for a good meal. Yushu could not resist him, so she pushed the stall into the Sun restaurant and asked the waiter to take care of the food. The two of them went to the largest restaurant in Osmanthus Lane. Xia Mingming generously told Yushu to order whatever she wanted and not to stand on ceremony with her. Yushu really did not stand on ceremony with her. She ordered a table full of food and wine, planning to take it home if she could not finish it. Because there was no rain today, Xia Mingming was not as nervous. She even ordered a pot of sweet wine and drank with Yushu. While eating happily, she inevitably said a few words from the bottom of her heart. "Ashu, did you know? I used to think that my fourth sister was unreasonable and often made things difficult for me, so I especially hated her. I only realized yesterday that it was not that she hated me, but that she was afraid that I would not live up to expectations and deliberately made things difficult for me. I still remember when I was young, my fourth sister was closest to me. Whenever there was something good to eat or play, the first person she would think of was me. When mother was angry at me, she would often stand up for me. If there was anything to blame, it was all because I was young and too impulsive. I only wanted to prevent fourth sister from going to the capital and almost ruined her future. Not only did I make her sad, but I also caused us sisters to be estranged for all these years." When Yushu heard these words, she only smiled. She could see that although Xia Mingming was worried, she could not hide the joy of the sisters getting back together. Seeing her like this, Yu Shu also felt a lot more at ease. There was no next life after one life, so it was better not to leave too many regrets. Touching her small and tender cheeks, thinking about her own adventures 500 years ago, Yu Shu suddenly felt emotional. She couldn't help but drink a few more cups and became drunk. She and Xia Mingming walked out of the restaurant with their arms around each other's shoulders and sent her to the carriage north of the city. Carrying the packed food, they staggered back to Sun's restaurant, thanked the waiter, and pushed the cart home early. Fortunately, she had something in her hand to support her, so she did not fall on the street. Open the door, I'm back. Yu Shu slapped the door with her tongue hanging out. Yu Xiaoxiu was taking an afternoon nap when Jing Qin came out to answer the door. Seeing Yu Shu's drunken appearance, he was surprised for a moment. He took the cart with one hand and used the other hand to help her up the stairs. It's okay, burp. Yu Shu burped, pushed his hand away, and staggered into the house. Seeing the table in the middle of the courtyard, she went up to take a look. There was a drawing of Kim Bao on a piece of white paper. The ink was still wet, and half of it was not finished. Pointing at it, she turned around and said to Jing Qin, "Why do you always draw him? Don't you get tired of drawing him all day long? Come, draw me one." Seeing that she couldn't even stand steadily, Jing Qin stepped forward to help her, but was pushed away by Yu Shu. She staggered to the wall and dragged a chair, placed it opposite the desk, and sat down crookedly. With one arm on the back of the chair, she tilted her head and rested her head on her arm. She squinted her drunken eyes, revealing her sharp canine teeth, and waved at him. Her tone was a little coquettish, and she said with a silly smile, "Jing Qin, draw me a picture." Jing Qin rarely saw her lose her composure, but now that he saw her drunken appearance, he realized that the usually mature Yu Shu also had a childish side. He turned his eyes and laughed. He moved the cart to the side and went forward to straighten her head that was about to fall to the ground. Then he sat back in front of the table, rolled up his sleeves, and carefully adjusted the ink. Chapter 172. Yu Shu opened her eyes, covered her forehead, and groaned. She was drunk in the middle of the day. She didn't expect that the strong liquor of ancient times would have such a strong after-effect. "Sis, you're awake." Yu Xiaoxiu was sitting at the table reading a book. When he heard the noise, he turned to look at the bed. "Oh." Yu Shu rubbed the back of her neck and sat up. Her voice was hoarse as she said, "What time is it?" "It's just past 7 o'clock. Are you hungry? I'll go get you some sweet soup." "Don't. Get me a glass of water." Yu Shu's throat was sticky. She just wanted to drink water. "Oh." Yu Xiaoxiu brought the glass of water to the bed and sat down next to Yu Shu. He looked at her without blinking and hid a smile. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yu Shu wiped her mouth and lay back against the headboard. "You don't remember?" Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. Some scenes flashed in her mind. Her face turned red, but she pretended to be ignorant and said, "Remember what?" Yu Xiaoxiu tried to stifle her laughter. "You came back drunk in the afternoon and forced Brother Jing to teach you how to draw. He can't speak, so how could he teach you? You took ink and scribbled on his clothes until they were completely black. Then, you grabbed his sleeve and refused to let go. Brother Jing couldn't do anything to you, so he had to take off his coat and give it to you. Only then did you let him go." "Ahem, is that so?" Yu Shu coughed and gave the empty glass to Yu Xiaoxiu to cover up her embarrassment. "Go to the kitchen and get me a bowl of soup." She was not a drunkard. Of course, she remembered what happened during the day. She drank 2 more glasses with Xia Mingming. When she came back, she saw Jing Chen drawing. She pestered him to draw one for her. As a result, Jing Chen's drawing looked good, so she crazily asked him to teach her. She also scribbled on his clothes. Jing Chen was easy to bully and let her mess with him. Yushu pinched her nose in frustration. She lifted the quilt and got out of bed. She put on her clothes and wanted to apologize to Jing Chen. But when she reached the door, she gave up. Forget it. She should pretend that she didn't remember such a shameful thing. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to lift her head in front of Jing Chen for 2 or 3 days. Yu Xiaoxiu came back from the kitchen with soup. When he saw that Yushu's complexion was slightly better, he tried his best to put on a serious face and scolded her. Sister, I don't want to nag you. You are a young lady. How can you get drunk in broad daylight? Don't do this again next time. Yushu saw that he was pretending to be mature and found it funny. She didn't expose him and nodded her head obediently. I know. It doesn't matter if I do it once in a while. Don't do it again. Yesterday, she was drunk, but the next day, she woke up in good spirits. In order to avoid meeting Jing Chen at breakfast, Yushu got up early and went out. When she arrived at Osmanthus Lane, it was still early and there weren't many people on the street. Yushu set up her divination stall and took out a book from the drawer to read. She accidentally flipped to a page and a note floated down beside her feet. She picked it up and saw that the date of birth was complete. She recalled that it was written by Xia Mingming yesterday. It was Xia Jiangying's date of birth. There were no customers around, so Yushu took out a pen and paper and compared the note to calculate the time of disaster. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yushu made a tisk sound. She looked at the last few numbers listed on the paper and bit the pen with uncertainty. She tore a clean piece of paper in her hand and calculated again. The result was the same as before. It meant that her calculation was correct. Xia Jiangying's disaster today was a bloody disaster. Is it today? Since she knew that it was the time of disaster, Yushu thought about it and felt that it was better to go find Xia Mingming. Thus, she put away the divination stall and temporarily left it at Sun Ji Tavern. She went to the crossroad and rented a carriage to the north of the city. When she found the street of Taishu Shuyuan, before she even reached the door, she realized that today was different. From afar, she could see that there were many people gathered on the street in front of the Shuyuan. There were carriages and horses. When she got closer, she was shocked to see that there were guards with sabers on their waists in front of the 2 small yellow doors. Yushu had seen officers wearing the same uniform when she was gambling at Spring Fragrance Brothel. Thus, she knew that they were from the same yamen. She felt that something was wrong and went forward to ask. There were many people who came out from the tea houses and restaurants to watch the show. Yushu randomly picked one and curiously pointed to the Shuyuan and asked, "Brother, what happened inside? Why are there officers here?" Shoot, the man covered his mouth with one hand and whispered to Yushu, "It is said that there was a murder case last night." Yushu's eyelids twitched. She also lowered her voice and said in disbelief, "Really?" The man pursed his lips and gestured to Yushu to look at the officers guarding the gate. "Didn't you see that the Supreme Court has sent people here? If it wasn't a murder case, how could they be alarmed?" Yushu took a deep breath. Suddenly, an ominous premonition rose in her heart. She was afraid that the person who met with an accident was Xia Mingming's 4th sister. But it clearly didn't rain last night. Could it be someone else? Fengyuan Tavern was just ahead, so Yushu decided to go find Xia Mingming first. Not long after she left, 2 sedan chairs stopped in front of the Shuyuan's gate. Someone came forward to open the curtains. 2 people came down from the sedan chairs. Their faces were dignified. They were dressed in thick official robes and wore a black veil on their heads. One was a young man and the other was a middle-aged man. Chu Darren, by Darren. Shui Rui nodded to the guards at the gate and gestured to the Supreme Court official, Chu Yufang, to go first. The two of them entered the Grand Historian's library. Passing through the flower garden corridors, they went directly to the women's guest house by the lake. Once they entered the garden, a servant came forward to report. Shui Rui and Chu Yufang listened and their expressions became more serious. They asked a few more questions and allowed the servant to lead them to the east row of rooms. The location of the crime was the second room in the east. Shui Rui and Chu Yufang went in to take a look. The murdered corpse was still resting on the bed, not moving an inch. The smell of blood made the two of them frown. They stepped forward and lifted the white cloth to take a look. However, when they saw the tragic scene, they both averted their eyes. Chu Yufang stayed in the room to take a look. Shui Rui retreated and stood at the door to take a look. Not far away, he saw the back of a female student sitting with her head lowered. He frowned and asked the servant beside him, "Who is that person? Didn't I order you to gather the people in the women's guest house elsewhere? Why is there someone else?" Reporting to Darren, that young lady was the first person to find the corpse. This subordinate thought that Sarito would have something to ask, so I asked her to stay. Shui Rui nodded and did not blame him. He walked forward alone, intending to ask the female student. "This young lady." Shui Rui stopped a few steps away from the female student and greeted her politely. When he saw her turn around to reveal a slightly pale face, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He'd wandered the world for a long time, and he'd seen all sorts of women, but it was rare to see a beauty like the one before him. It was not to say that she was beautiful, but that her eyes were like the stars and the moon. They were really moving. Shui Rui put away his momentary amazement and combed his expression. He was about to inquire about official business when he saw the female student's surprised expression when she saw him. She stood up and greeted, "Young Master Shui, I trust you've been well since we last met." Shui Rui heard her tone and asked suspiciously, "You recognize me?" The other party lowered her head and said softly, "Mr. Shui, people of high status tend to forget things. We met once in Yang City." After hearing her words, how could Shui Rui not remember her? "You are Miss Ji." So it was the Ji family's Ji Xingxuan. A few months ago, he met her once in Yang City. But at that time, she was wearing a veil and he had other thoughts in his mind, so he did not look at her carefully. He did not expect to meet her here today. "Yes, it is my daughter." Ji Xingxuan raised her head and smiled weakly at him. Then, a wave of dizziness hit her and she lost her balance, causing her to fall forward. Seeing this, Shui Rui strode forward and supported her arm with one hand. After she stabilized herself, he let go of her slender arm and said, "Sorry for offending you." Ji Xingxuan held her forehead and shook her head. "Thank you." Shui Rui observed her haggard complexion and recalled the bloody scene of the corpses he saw in the room just now. He immediately understood what was going on, so he pointed to the hall next to him and said, "Let's go inside and have a seat first." Yu Shu went to Feng Yuan Inn and asked the innkeeper downstairs. She found Xia Mingming's room on the second floor and knocked on the door for a long time before she answered, "Who is it?" "It's me. Ah Shu." Xia Mingming opened the door and rubbed her sleepy eyes. She yawned and said, "How did you find your way here?" Yu Shu saw that she had just woken up and thought that she still didn't know what had happened in LoveLore Library. She pushed her into the room and urged, "Quickly change your clothes and go out with me. Something happened in LoveLore Library." "Ah." Xia Mingming woke up instantly and grabbed Yu Shu in a panic. "What happened?" "I don't know yet, but I heard that it was a murder." Xia Mingming's heart skipped a beat. She shook her head and said to herself, "It can't be my fourth sister. It didn't rain last night, and we had dinner together in the evening. She promised to take me to LoveLore Library today." Although she was comforting her, her expression was in a mess. Yushu pulled the clothes at the end of the bed and put them on her. She comforted her, "Don't panic. We'll know when we go there." Xia Mingming calmed down a little and quickly put on her clothes. She left the inn with Yushu and hurried to the door of LoveLore Library. They wanted to enter but were stopped by the guards. "Stop. It's forbidden for people to enter or leave here." Xia Mingming said, "I'm here to look for someone. My sister is studying here. Brother, please make an exception and let me in." The guards of the Supreme Court were very strict. No matter how Xia Mingming begged, they shook their heads. "Wait. You can't enter now." Xia Mingming looked at Yushu for help. The latter hesitated and stepped forward. She cupped her hands and whispered, "Can I trouble you to go in and help us find someone? It's the daughter of the Xia family, Xia Jiangying." When the guards heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at each other. The one on the left asked Xia Mingming, "Who are you to Xia Jiangying?" "I'm her sister." Xia Mingming didn't care that she was dressed as a man and blurted out. The two guards in front of the door whispered to each other. The one on the left nodded to Xia Mingming. "Come with me." Chapter 173. Xia Jiangying was dead. She died on the night of the 9th day of October. Just as Xia Mingming had dreamt, someone jumped into her room from the back window and stabbed her in the heart. She died on the spot. After the murderer killed her, he covered her body with a quilt to hide the smell of blood. Thus, no one noticed it for the whole night. Xia Mingming was brought to the female brothel where the crime happened. She saw Xia Jiangying's maids and guards and was told of Xia Jiangying's death without warning. In a daze, she was led into the room to identify the body. She saw the horrible state of Xia Jiangying after her death. When she came to her senses, she felt as if her whole body had been sucked dry. She collapsed beside the body and cried uncontrollably. "Fourth sister, fourth sister." Yushu accompanied her from the beginning to the end. When she saw Xia Jiangying's body, she couldn't bear to look back. She felt a chill in her heart. This was the second time she saw a dead person. The first time was on the merchant ship. Corpses were strewn all over the ship. At that time, she was desperate to survive. Apart from fear, she was also nervous. Now that she saw a dead person in broad daylight, she had two different feelings. Xia Mingming cried miserably. She and Xia Jiangying had been close and had grudges against each other for years. Yesterday, they were separated by life and death before they could make up for the lost sisterhood. Yesterday's words were still ringing in her ears, but today they couldn't continue. She was sad and regretful. Xia Mingming had nowhere to cry. She turned around and saw Yushu behind her. She threw herself into her arms and cried on her shoulder. "Ashu, my fourth sister, my fourth sister." Yushu didn't know how to comfort her. She could only silently hug her back and gently pat her shoulder to comfort her. In the flower hall of the female brothel, Shui Rui was asking Ji Xingxuan about the case. They heard the crying in the garden and stopped talking. Shui Rui stood up and walked to the door. He asked the servant, "What happened? Who is crying?" The servant answered, "Your Excellency, it is Miss Xia Zhang's younger sister. We have asked someone to identify her." Younger sister. Shui Rui was perplexed. He had heard a lot about the Xia Zhang family. The murdered Xia Zhang's fourth daughter had gone to the capital alone to study. Since when did she have a younger sister? Ji Xingxuan walked up from behind him and said tiredly, "It should be the fifth daughter of the Xia Zhang family, Xia Jiangmin. A few days ago, she came to the library to look for sistering. I met her once." Shui Rui's eyes flashed, and he caught the key point. Why is the fifth miss in Enling Xia Zhang's family? Is there anyone else in the capital? Ji Xingxuan shook her head. I don't know why she came to Anling, but I heard from sistering that Xia Jiangmin came to the capital alone and her family didn't know about it. Shui Rui pondered for a moment and walked towards the room where the accident happened. Ji Xingxuan hesitated for a moment before following his footsteps. The Supreme Court's Chancellor, Chu Yufeng, went to the front hall to interrogate the female brothel that morning. There was only one official standing guard at the door. As soon as Shui Rui entered the room, he turned his gaze to the inner room. He saw Xia Jiangying's corpse lying on the ground. Two figures were hugging each other, crying incessantly. Anyone who heard it would be heartbroken. A light sigh sounded out from behind him. Shui Rui turned around and saw that Ji Xingxuan's eyes were brimming with tears again. Taking into consideration that she almost fainted earlier, he said, "Young Miss Ji, why don't you go next door and rest first?" At the same time, a voice came from inside the room, "Mingming, don't cry. What's the use of crying at a time like this? You should figure out what's going on." Both inside and outside the room, they heard a familiar voice and turned around. Yushu saw Shui Rui, and Shui Rui saw Yushu. Under such circumstances, he was both surprised and surprised. "How did you?" Yushu was about to speak when her gaze shifted to the left and moved to the girl beside Shui Rui. After a moment of hesitation, she recognized the girl. She had never seen the face before, but her figure and hairstyle were exactly the same as the Ji Xingxuan she saw in the tea house a few days ago. It was not strange for Ji Xingxuan to be here. Looking at Shui Rui's vermilion official robes, could he be the official in charge of this case? Meeting these two people at the same time was really a headache. Yushu swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue and exchanged a look with Shui Rui. There was a hint of tacit understanding. "Many thanks for Sir Shui's kindness, but I'm fine." Ji Xingxuan turned to look at the two people in the room and actually walked past Shui Rui. Without looking at Yushu, she gently said to Xia Mingming, who was crying out in pain, "Don't cry. Lord Shui of the Supreme Court is here. It's more important to figure out who harmed your sister." Xia Mingming rubbed her teary eyes and looked at the person in front of her. In a hoarse voice, she called out, "Sister Ji." Hearing what she said, she held back her tears and turned to find Shui Rui standing outside the door. She was stunned. "It's you." Hearing this, Yushu thought to herself that this was bad. Only then did she remember that Xia Mingming had seen Shui Rui before. It was when she was caught gambling last month and Shui Rui had sent her back. That time on Huixing Street, when Xia Mingming had asked her about it, she had said that they were friends. Because of this, Xia Mingming had pestered her for the whole day. Xia Mingming had recognized Shui Rui here. Yushu was worried that Ji Xingxuan would see some clues and felt her head hurt even more. Shui Rui's expression was calm. He nodded at Xia Mingming. "Miss Xia Jiang, please step outside. This official has something to ask." Xia Mingming was only concerned with her grief. She turned to look at Yushu and did not ask any questions. She nodded and followed Shui Rui to the next room. Shui Rui, Ji Xingxuan, and Xia Mingming moved to the next room. Yushu did not enter. She stood alone at the door and leaned against the door frame, listening to the conversation inside. "I heard that Miss Xia Jiang came to the capital alone?" Shui Rui asked. "Yes, I hid it from my family." Xia Mingming had nothing to hide now. "When did you see Xia Jiangying last night?" "In the evening, fourth sister and I had dinner at Fengyuan restaurant. She returned to the library when the sky turned dark." Xia Mingming's expression was gloomy. After crying earlier, her emotions had stabilized and she was able to answer Shui Rui's questions normally. "It's rare for you sisters to reunite. Why didn't she stay with you? Why did she return to the library?" The Dian examination is around the corner. My fourth sister specializes in astrology. When the sky turns dark, she will go to the observatory to observe the night sky. Shui Rui turned to Ji Xingxuan and asked, "Is that so?" Ji Xingxuan nodded. Sister Ing is more hardworking than most people. Every night for the past month, she would stay at the observatory until after the hour of the sea before returning to her room. Hour of the sea? Shui Rui questioned impartially. How do you know so clearly? Ji Xingxuan answered, I occasionally stay at the observatory with Sister Ing until night. Moreover, she lives next door to me. I'm a light sleeper. I can hear her every time she opens and closes the door. Oh. You live next door to her? Ji Xingxuan answered, Yes, Sister Ing lives in the first room in the East Pavilion. I live in the second room. Shui Rui frowned. He had seen the layout of the garden clearly when he came. The room where Xia Jiangying died was clearly the second room from the east. Why did Ji Xingxuan say that she lived in the second room? He voiced his doubts. Ji Xingxuan did not hide anything. She confessed, it's like this. A few days ago, Sister Ing told me that there were rats in her room. She wanted to buy some rat poison and suggested to exchange rooms with me. She stayed in my room while I returned to the mansion. Because I had classes in the morning, I left home before dawn. I wanted to go back to the female library to get 2 books. I knocked on the door, but it didn't open. When the guard at the door realized something was wrong, he knocked the door open. Sister Ing was all ready. At this point, Ji Xingxuan did not continue because Xia Mingming, who was sitting opposite her, started to cry again. Yu Shu touched her chin outside the door. It seemed that Xia Jiangying did not tell Ji Xingxuan the inside story. Instead, she found another excuse to exchange rooms with her. Could it be that Xia Jiangying's ability to dream could not be known by others? However, it clearly did not rain last night. Why did Xia Jiangying sleep in Ji Xingxuan's room and still die? Yu Shu's heart was full of doubts. At this moment, Shui Rui found it strange. Is there a rat in the room? He called in the servant at the door and sent someone to check Xia Jiangying's room. Half a cup of tea later, a servant came back and reporting to Your Excellency, we did not find any rat poison in Xia Jiangying's room, nor did we find any other suspicious traces. If there was no rat poison, then either Xia Jiangying is lying or Ji Xingxuan is talking nonsense. Shui Rui's brows raised lightly, and he turned around to look at Ji Xingxuan as he waited for her to explain. Ji Xingxuan didn't know what was going on either, so she could only say confusedly, That's what Big Sister Ing told me. It has nothing to do with her. Xia Mingming suddenly said, It is true that fourth sister wanted to exchange rooms with Miss Ji. Fourth sister mentioned it to me. Shui Rui shifted his gaze to her and scrutinized, Then did she tell you why she suddenly wanted to sleep in a different room? Xia Mingming lightly bit her lips, she did not say. Shui Rui knew that Xia Mingming was hiding something. However, this was not a court and it was not convenient for him to ask. He suppressed his suspicions and stood up, In that case, both of you can go back first. We will wait for the court hearing another day. Xia Mingming hurriedly asked, Then will my fourth sister's body be left here forever? After the coroner's detailed examination, it will be temporarily sent to the memorial hole. The magistrate has already sent a letter to the south to inform your residents. Whether to bury or not, it is up to you. Miss Xia Jiang, please restrain your grief. Shui Rui stood up and nodded to Ji Xingxuan before leaving first. Shui Rui walked to the door and turned his head to see Yu Shu leaning against the door with her arms crossed. He raised his chin at her and gestured for her to follow him. Yu Shu took a look at Xia Mingming and saw that she was talking to Ji Xingxuan. For the moment, she did not notice her and followed a few steps behind him. After exiting the women's residence, the two came to the side of Mirror Lake. Shuirui looked around and saw that there was no one around before turning his head and asked, "How did you get to know Miss Ya Jiang?" "It's a long story." Yushu did not explain in detail but asked, "Are you working in the Supreme Court? How do you plan to investigate this murder case?" Logically speaking, Shuirui should not talk about official matters with outsiders. However, he did not have such scruples when it came to Yushu. He even revealed a trace of distress. This case is no small matter. Now that the Diyan examination is just around the corner, Miss Ya Jiang of the South has been murdered in the Supreme Historian's library. If this news were to spread, it would cause a commotion. The Ministry of Justice received a report this morning and submitted it to the Supreme Court because this case is difficult. It would be fine if we can catch the murderer, but if we can't, I'm afraid it will cause suspicion from all sides. At this point, he pretended to ask casually, "You are familiar with Xia Jiangmin? Do you know the relationship between her and her sister?" Yushu raised her head and looked at him from the corner of her eye. She put on a fake smile. "Are you suspecting Xia Jiangmin?" Being seen through, Shuirui actually admitted it openly. "I just feel that she is strange. Forgive me for being frank. She happened to appear before the victim was murdered and had contact with the victim. Even if Xia Jiangying's death was not caused by her, she is definitely related to her." Yushu was silent for a while and suddenly said in a low voice, "Then why don't you guess that Xia Jiangying stayed in the wrong room and died a violent death?" Shuirui's expression suddenly changed. He took a step forward and approached Yushu. He stared at her. "You mean?" Under Shuirui's gaze, Yushu did not change her expression. She clasped her hands behind her back and stepped back. She shook her head at him. "I didn't say anything. I'm leaving. You guys investigate this case well. I hope you can catch the murderer as soon as possible." Chapter 174. It was all because of her reputation. In order to avoid suspicion, the daughter of Xia Jiangying, the leader of the South, was studying in the capital. She only had 2 guards and a maid with her. When something happened, she couldn't even find someone to make decisions for her. After the female coroner examined the corpse, Xia Jiangying was sent to the memorial hall. Xia Mingming rarely showed her independent side. She arranged for guards to accompany her and personally went to the nearby post house to write a letter home. After everything was done, she returned to the memorial hall with the maid to sort out Xia Jiangying's belongings. The trial was all handed over to the Supreme Court. At this critical moment, Yushu certainly wouldn't leave Xia Mingming alone. She accompanied her from beginning to end and was duty-bound to help if there was anything she could do. Xia Mingming was sad and didn't suspect anything about Xia Jiangying's death. Yushu was suspicious about the fact that Xia Jiangying died on a rainy day in her dream, but it didn't rain in reality. She was very suspicious that Xia Jiangying had avoided the death trap predicted in Xia Mingming's dream and just happened to enter another one. Yushu didn't mention these suspicions in front of Xia Mingming. She only reminded Shuirui and left it to the Supreme Court to worry about. After Xia Jiangying died, Xia Mingming didn't need to live in Fengyuan Inn anymore. She arranged for the maid and guards to live in the North City Inn so that it was convenient to inquire about the progress of the case at any time. In the evening, she hired a carriage to carry some of Xia Jiangying's belongings and returned to her residence on Huixing Street with Yushu. Yu Xiaoxiu saw Xia Mingming return after only 2 days and sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right. He cleverly didn't tease her, but helped Yushu carry her luggage into the room. Under Yushu's orders, he went to tidy up Xia Mingming's room. After making the bed, Yushu pushed the dazed Xia Mingming back into the room to lie down. She closed the door and left her alone. As soon as the door was closed, she heard crying in the room. Yushu pursed her lips into a straight line and her face darkened. Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu were waiting for her in the courtyard. As soon as he saw her come out, Yu Xiaoxiu went forward and pointed at the door, asking in a low voice, "What happened to her?" Yu Shu waved at him and led the two of them to the kitchen door. They avoided Xia Mingming's window because they didn't want her to hear them. "Fourth sister is clearly dead." "Ah." Jing Chen was stunned. Yu Xiaoxiu opened his mouth wide in shock. How did he die?" "Didn't you say?" Yu Shu made a shushing gesture at him and interrupted him. She lowered her voice and said, "Well, it's none of your business. Don't ask too much. Go to the kitchen and start a fire. I'll make dinner later." Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head and looked sympathetically at Xia Mingming's door before obediently entering the kitchen. XXX Yu Shu went back to the room and took a pen and paper as well as a booklet. She took it to the central room which was not yet covered by the night. She ground the ink and recorded Xia Jiangying's birth date and the date of her death in the booklet. After finishing this, she looked at the booklet which was specially used to record all kinds of disasters. Xia Jiangying's pale death suddenly appeared in her mind. She rubbed her forehead and felt a little restless. Jing Chen walked in silently and lit the oil lamp on the table. It was already dark outside. Her sight suddenly became bright. Yu Shu blinked her eyes and turned her head to meet Jing Chen's eyes. She didn't know why, but when she saw the clear and clean eyes which could reflect her figure, her restless heart suddenly calmed down. Jing Chen sat down on the left side of Yu Shu. Seeing that she had finished her work, he poured a cup of tea and dipped his finger in it. He wrote on the table, "What are you thinking about?" Yu Shu looked at the transparent water droplets that were slowly dispersing on the table. She was a little distracted and blurted out, "I was thinking if I was a little heartless." When she heard about Xia Mingming's nightmare that day, she didn't think that Xia Jiangying's death had anything to do with her. If it wasn't related to Xia Mingming, she wouldn't even interfere. But this person really died. She saw Xia Jiangying's death with her own eyes and saw Xia Mingming's grief. She felt a little regretful because of sympathy. She even thought that if she didn't treat this matter so carelessly and didn't have an attitude of looking on coldly, would Xia Jiangying have been able to escape this disaster? Was this kind of thinking after the fact considered a tiger's concern for its pearl and fake compassion? Yu Shu pursed her lips in a self-deprecating manner. She saw Jing Chen shake his head at her, using a gesture to deny her ridicule towards him. He then used a line of words to refute her doubts towards him. "You're very kind." Yu Shu stared at the flashing words on the table that were drawn by the dim yellow light. After a moment of silence, she remembered that this person had once said these words to her. She raised her head and stared at the seriousness on Jing Chen's otherworldly face. For a moment, she felt that these words, which used to be unreachable and mocking to her, had become kind and cute. "Thank you," Yu Shu said softly. She threw away those messy thoughts and swept away the worry on her face. She rested her chin on her hand and said to Jing Chen, "After what you said, I realized that I'm really quite kind. Now that you mention it, I realize that I'm actually quite kind. Look, I saved both your and Mingming's lives. I took care of the two of you along the way, providing money and effort, going out early in the morning to earn money so that you could eat and wear warm clothes. Don't you think I've treated you well?" Although it wasn't right to hear someone praise him like this, Jing Chen still nodded and agreed with her. He didn't remember the people and things before he lost his memory. If only after he lost his memory, she was undoubtedly the person who treated him the best. Yu Shu saw that he fell into the trap, but she didn't show it on her face. "Then tell me, I'm so good to you. Shouldn't you find a way to repay me in the future?" Jing Chen nodded without hesitation. Yu Shu secretly laughed at him for being fooled. She quickly got up and went back to the house to get a clean piece of rattan paper. She placed it in front of him and handed him the brush. She arrogantly ordered, "Here, I say, write." Jing Chen took the brush from her hand, dipped it in ink, and waited for her to speak. Yushu scratched her chin and thought for a moment before saying, "You write, Taoist Jing Chen of Dragon Tiger Mountain, was saved by Yushu of Yang. My life was saved. Today, I swear that after I regain my memory, I can't leave without her permission." Jing Chen wrote halfway, then he stopped and looked up at Yushu. Didn't she say that she wanted him to repay her? Why did she write like this? Yushu felt a little uncomfortable under his stare, but she couldn't honestly tell him that she was afraid that he would remember what had happened and say something like, "Let's part ways," to her because of that Kata Xing. Then he would walk away and never talk to her again. She had been taking care of him for so long. Wasn't she working for nothing? What are you looking at? I asked you to write. Write quickly. Yushu knocked on the table with a fierce face and urged him to write. Jing Chen nodded. Although he didn't understand what she meant, he still wrote according to her words. Well, one more sentence. If I break this promise, I will be a mangy dog in my next life. Yushu was somewhat pleased with herself. She had learned this poison oath from Daoist Qing Zheng. It was vicious yet humane. It was much more tasteful than the heart-cursing of those dead parents. Jing Chen's hand paused and looked up at Yushu's proud face. He clenched his fist and put it under his lips, laughing silently. Yushu saw that he suddenly laughed and was confused for a moment. Then she suddenly realized that she just called herself a mangy dog. Her face darkened and she angrily hit the table. What are you laughing at? Write quickly. Write that you are a mangy dog, not me. Being scolded by her on purpose, Jing Chen didn't argue with her. He held back his laughter and picked up the pen to complete the sentence. Since he wouldn't break the promise, there was no harm in making an oath. Seeing that he had finished writing, Yushu took the note away and looked at the top. She found that there were no other mistakes except for one place where the word "sheet" was written as "he." She nodded her head in satisfaction and blew the ink dry. She carefully folded the note twice and went back into the room. She put it at the bottom of the cabinet and put it in a cloth bag with her ancient sword covered in green rust. Jing Chen sat in the central room with his hands clasped together. He calmly watched Yushu's actions with a smile on his face and a little indulgence in his eyes. At this time, he still didn't know what he had just made. XXX Xia Mingming hadn't recovered from the shock of her sister's death. She was in a low mood. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know how to coax her and Jing Chen didn't have anything to say to her. If she was in a bad mood, she wouldn't even have someone to talk to. Yushu was worried about her, so she didn't go to Chiu Gui Fong to set up a stall. She got up early to buy vegetables and cooked a good meal for them at noon. She tried to coax Xia Mingming to eat more. There was no news from the Supreme Court. Maybe there was no progress in the case, so no one mentioned that Xia Mingming went to the court to interrogate her. Yushu took advantage of the free time at home to help Yu Xiaoxiu with his homework for 2 days. She directly jumped from simple addition, subtraction, multiplication and division to equations with unknown numbers. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know that this was knowledge from 500 years later. He learned whatever Yushu taught him. He made full use of his hard work and didn't complain about Yushu's harsh requirements. During this period, there was another thing that gave Yushu a headache. Brother Jing, how do you write the character "vat" in the water tank? Write it for me. Yushu put a few calculation problems in Yu Xiaoxiu's hand, put down the pen, walked to the window, and looked into the yard. She was sitting opposite Jing Chen, holding a pen and paper to ask him for advice. Auntie Sue's niece, Zhou Fangfang, had stayed on Huixing Street yesterday. Yushu had gone out to buy groceries yesterday and met her. The little girl had followed behind her and entered the house. She was not shy at all and generously asked Jing Chen to teach her how to write. No matter how Yushu hinted that it was inconvenient, she insisted on staying at their house. She came yesterday and came again today. Yushu had no choice but to let Jing-chen deal with her. She didn't want to hurt the relationship between neighbors, so she asked Jing-chen to deal with her. At night, she would calculate Zhou Fangfang's horoscope to prevent her from being unlucky at home. As usual, Jing-chen was sitting in the courtyard, basking in the sun and drawing. Although he felt uncomfortable that there was another person in front of him and that his ink drawing time had been disturbed, because of Yushu's orders, he could only give up his habit of sitting quietly by himself and divert some of his attention to guide Miss Zhou in her calligraphy. So this is how to write the character that. I thought it would look like a water tank. It doesn't look like it at all. Ha! As the daughter of a butcher, Zhou Fangfang's personality was very cheerful. This kind of cheerful laughter would usually be able to lighten the mood, but in this courtyard, it matched everyone's mood, and it was a little annoying. When it was finally time to eat, Auntie Sue, who lived next door, came to call for her. Zhou Fangfang reluctantly packed up the papers, took away the words Jing-chen had written, and went home with Auntie Sue to eat. As soon as she left, the three people in and out of the yard breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. One was tired, the other two were annoyed. Only Xia Mingming's room did not make any noise. Yu Xiaoxiu said to Yushu impatiently, "She won't come back in the afternoon, will she?" Yushu patted his head, "Bear with it. I heard from Aunt Sue that she'll leave the day after tomorrow." Yu Xiaoxiu curled his lips and looked at Jing-chen in the yard. He whispered, "It's all Brother Jing's fault." Chapter 175. Yushu stayed at home for 3 days. When she saw that Xia Mingming's spirit had improved, she went back to the autumn osmanthus lane to set up her fortune-telling stall. These days, she had been eating and drinking well. There was fish and meat, but her expenses had increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it's going to be winter. Seeing that the weather is getting colder and colder, she doesn't even have a coat to keep warm. Yushu arrived in front of the Sun Ji Tavern. Just as she set up her cart, someone from the Fu and escort agency came with a few pairs of 8 characters. He said that there were a few escorts who were going on a long trip and asked her to calculate their fortune. Every month, Yushu gets 20 silver coins from the Fu and escort agency as a deposit. She will never be perfunctory with her duties. So, she left the 8 characters and told them to come back tomorrow to get it. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no customers, she started to calculate from the auspicious time and day. She was so engrossed in her calculations that she didn't even notice that there was someone sitting in front of her stall. Shui Rui sat down in front of Yushu's divination stall. When he saw that she only cared about calculating diligently and didn't even greet others, she was just like how she was when she was working in his ink store all those years ago. Once she started working, she would be fully spirited, and even if the house collapsed, it wouldn't alarm her. Seeing that she was busy, he smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at her face from less than 2 feet away. Coincidentally, they met several times in Enling City. But every time, the occasion was not right. If it wasn't her, then it was someone else. There was no chance for them to talk about the past. Looking at her, her face was still the same, just a little darker than when she was in Yang. She was also thinner. He didn't know if it was because she grew taller or because she was working too hard. He remembered that at that time, she was only as tall as his shoulder. But now that they met again, she almost reached his chin. Shui Rui's gaze stopped at Yushu's face that seemed more like a young man than a young woman, and he was trying to find out which part of her had caused him to fall into a trap. He couldn't forget her from Yang City to Anling, and he had intended to let her off at that time. Now that he saw her again, he started to feel slightly regretful. In the end, even he himself was confused. The face in front of him had nothing to do with beauty. This girl was also not a lady from a wealthy family. She did not know any of the four arts. She was petty and liked to be slippery. If one really wanted to count, she had a whole bunch of faults. But when he looked at her, he found her to be inexplicably pleasing to the eye. It was just like the signature dish of the Longjing restaurant. It did not look good, but it suited his taste the most. Yushu matched the auspicious time of the 8 characters 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 of the escorts. Seeing her expression, Shui Rui laughed in his heart. He crossed his arms and said with slight displeasure, "Why do you look like you've seen a ghost when you see me?" Yushu lost her composure for a moment. She regained her composure in the blink of an eye. Facing his teasing, she rolled her eyes. Shui Darren isn't investigating the case. What are you doing here? Shui Rui put one arm on the table. His expression became serious. He used a voice that passers-by could not hear. Xia Jiangying's case has been investigated for a few days without any progress. I have something to ask you. The murder case of Tai Shishu Garden was tricky. The Diyan examination was approaching. Suddenly, the daughter of the Southern Yi capital died. The day before, the morning court session was reported to the emperor. The emperor was furious. He ordered the Supreme Court to investigate the case within a day. However, Xia Jiangying's death was still a mystery. They had arrested a few suspects, but there was not a single piece of evidence. You've got the wrong person. Yushu yawned. She propped up her chin with one hand and looked at him. I don't know Xia Jiangying. She doesn't even recognize me. If you want to ask, you should ask someone who understands. Aren't you an understanding person? Shui Rui's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Yushu was silent. It was not that she did not want to help him, but it was not her place to interfere. What Shui Rui wanted to ask was definitely about Xia Mingming. She obviously didn't tell Shui Rui about her dream of Xia Jiangying being murdered, so she naturally had her own plans. If she were to butt in like this and say something that she shouldn't say to Shui Rui, she wouldn't know if it was a good or bad thing. Is there something you are not convenient to tell me? Shui Rui observed Yushu's expression and saw that she was in a difficult position. He thought it was a pity. He was anxious about this case, but he did not want to force her. Yushu hesitated for a moment and said, "What do you want to ask?" Shui Rui said, "Forget it. You don't have to say it if it is not convenient. I asked you to ask. Why are you wasting time?" She might not answer him anyway. Shui Rui couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he saw her impatient temper. He cleared his throat and stared at her face as he asked with a serious expression, "How about this? You just have to answer one question of mine. Why would Xia Jiangying move into the room of the Ji clan's fourth young miss for no reason?" Yushu guessed that he was going to ask this. She sighed and shook her hand. "I can't say this. Is there anything else you want to ask?" Shui Rui's eyes flashed. He sat up straight and shook his head with a smile. "No, thank you." Yushu felt strange and said, "Why are you thanking me?" "I didn't." She suddenly stopped halfway. She looked at the smile on Shui Rui's face. She thought for a moment and suddenly realized what she had just revealed to him. She looked angry. "Are you trying to trick me?" This guy didn't want to find out the reason why Xia Jiangying changed rooms from her. He was obviously testing whether she knew the reason or not. She said, "I can't say it," which clearly told him that she knew the inside story. She was not related to Xia Jiangying, so she must have learned it from Xia Mingming. She knew the inside story but refused to say it. It was equivalent to telling him that Xia Jiangying's death had something to do with Xia Mingming. Seeing that Yu Shu reacted so quickly, Shui Rui really didn't know whether to praise her for being smart or to blame her for being stupid. Seeing that she was angry, Shui Rui coughed slightly and said seriously, "Shu, you have to know that Xia Jiangying's death involves a lot of people. If we can't find out the truth as soon as possible and let the murderer get away with it, not only the deceased will be wronged, but other students in LoveLore Library will also be in danger. Who knows what the murderer's purpose is? If it is as you guessed that Xia Jiangying died an unnatural death and took the blame for someone else, the murderer will definitely wait for another opportunity to kill again." After hearing these words, anyone with a sense of justice would most likely be moved. However, Yu Shu only sneered and said, "That's right. What does this have to do with me?" Shui Rui was rendered speechless by her words, and he swallowed back the rest of his speech of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. He only felt that he had wasted half a day's effort in saying so much to her earlier. How could he forget that this girl was a ruthless person who could endure dozens of beatings and go to court to vent her anger? Wasn't he playing the lute to a cow by saying this to her? They didn't have anything to say, so both of them went silent at the same time, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Right when Shui Rui intended to apologize for his actions of trying to worm information out of Yu Shu spoke first. "Sorry, I was too impulsive just now. You are investigating a case, so of course, you have to focus on the case and do things impartially. There is nothing wrong with that." Shui Rui looked at Yu Shu and saw that her expression was relieved and her gaze was magnanimous. He knew that her words were not perfunctory, nor was she angry, but she had really thought it through and gotten over it. Besides feeling annoyed, she was still able to calmly consider the problem from the perspective of another. This sort of mature attitude that didn't conform to her age at all caused Shui Rui to be unable to help but arouse a strange feeling. It was as if the person before him wasn't an ignorant little girl around the age of 15 or 16, but a woman with a clear mind. At this time, he suddenly thought of the signature dish of Longjing restaurant. It did not look the best, but the content was rich. However, Yu Shu changed the topic. "Investigating a case is investigating a case, and our friendship is friendship. If you continue to trick me like just now, don't blame me for falling out with you." Yes. The youth in front of her had a jade-like complexion, and his eyebrows were like swords. When he smiled, he looked even more handsome. His eyes were like ink, and when he looked directly at others, it would make women blush. Yu Shu had developed an immunity to Jing Chen at home every day. She generously glanced at Shui Rui, then lowered her head to tidy up the table without any obsession. She did not even raise her head and said, "How much did you spend on buying shoes for me last time? I will give it to you later." It was not that she was calculative, but there was a difference between men and women. It was not right for a girl to wear shoes bought by a man for free. Regardless of whether she would still wear those shoes in the future, she would have to spend money to buy them back. Shui Rui grew up in a rich family's nest, so he understood this logic. He understood her concerns, so he did not pretend to be generous and gave her a discount. 10 taels. 10 taels. A month's food allowance was only for a pair of shoes. If she knew this, she would have walked back barefoot that day. Why did she wear shoes? Yu Shu regretted it so much that she wanted to scratch the wall. Shui Rui looked at Yu Shu's expression, and he could roughly guess what this little Scrooge was thinking. "I did not bring enough money today. I will give you the money next time," Yu Shu said awkwardly. Shui Rui picked up a tortoise shell that was placed on the small table. Compared to the divination tools sold at the great exchange shop in the north of the city, it was crude and unbearable to look at. Such inferior divination tools could only be found in the south of the city. "How much money can you earn by sitting on the street for a whole day?" Yu Shu said, "On a good day, I can earn 2 taels a day. On a quiet day, I can only earn enough to eat." Shui Rui frowned, "So little." Yushu said contentedly, "It's not bad. In the first half-month, I just sat on the street and ate dust every day. I had to pay for the paper and ink inside, not to mention the money for food." Shui Rui knew that the price of sesame seed cake in Anling City was almost the same as the price of meat in Yang City. He knew that Yushu lived such a poor life. He wanted to help her, but he knew that she would not accept it. He thought about it and suddenly remembered the invitation from those playboys. He looked at Yushu in front of him and asked, "Do you want to make a lot of money?" Yushu suddenly became interested. "Why? You want to introduce a business to me?" Shui Rui thought it was not wrong, so he nodded, sort of. "That's good." Yushu clapped her hands and asked curiously, "What business is it?" "Feng shui of the house." "Good or bad luck? Or asking for money?" Shui Rui shook his head and said calmly. Chapter 176. Shui Rui had seen Yushu, and he was even more certain that there was something fishy about Xia Jiangying's death. He left Autumn Osmanthus Lane and went to the Imperial Historian Library by himself. Through the Grand Lord that taught in the library, he found a few students that were in the same class of astrology as Xia Jiangying and Ji Xingxuan, and he questioned them one by one. From his point of view, Xia Jiangying's murder case in Taisher Library had two main points of suspicion. One was Xia Jiangmin, and the other was Ji Xingxuan. Sister Ing has always been a good person. There was no news of her being on bad terms with anyone. Lord Shui, the person who murdered her, is definitely not someone from our library. I heard that there was a murderer in the south of the city recently. Could it be that he came to the north of the city to commit murder? Miss Ji. Oh, Miss Ji and Miss Xia Jiang are the closest in the study. Both of them are taking the Dian exam this year, so they go in and out of the study all day long. Out of 10 days, they are together. Lord Xingxuan, are you suspecting that the murderer is Miss Ji? Xingxuan. Let me think, there doesn't seem to be anything special happening recently. Oh, yes, there is something strange. Shui Rui perked up and asked a few people. After listening to nonsense for a long time, there was finally a serious sentence. It was about XXX days ago when Sister Ing had not been murdered. One afternoon, Xingxuan came back from outside and suddenly asked us to go to a shop near Qianyuan Street to find a book for her. I went with Sister Ing. Shui Rui frowned in disappointment. This matter seemed to have nothing to do with the case. What's so strange about this? Of course it's strange. Xingxuan didn't have any lessons that day but asked Sister Ing and me to run errands for her. She rarely troubled others like this. Alas, Sister Ing and I went there for nothing. In the end, we didn't even find the book. Shui Rui's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pursued closely. Which trading shop? What books? It's the Xianghe store. The name of the book is, it's been so many days, and the name of the book is so long, I can't remember it. Why don't you ask Xingxuan? Shui Rui gently clenched his fist and restrained his expression. He shook his head and said, "There's no need. This matter has nothing to do with the case. Thank you for telling me this. Lord Shui, you're too polite. As long as you can catch Sister Ying's murderer as soon as possible, feel free to ask me any questions." After the female student left, Shui Rui sat by himself in the Sun Pavilion of the Imperial Historian's Library for a while and sorted out the case. He noticed helplessly that the more he investigated this case, the more puzzling it became. It was as if there was a ball of fog that enveloped Xia Jiangying's death. Even if he grasped a clue, he was still unable to see exactly what was ahead of him. This was the first case he had handled since he started working in the Supreme Court. Although it was difficult to solve, there had to be a result no matter what. Otherwise, the fleas in his house would jump around again. Xia Jiangying. Ji Xingxuan. Shui Rui rubbed the space between his brows and decided to first send someone to the auspicious exchange hall to investigate. He stood up from the stone bench and had only taken a few steps down the pergola when he saw a lowly official hastily running towards him along the small path in the garden. Lord, bad news. A group of people from the south heard about the murder of Miss Xia Jiangying and claimed that it was done by the northerners. They gathered dozens of people at the human training hall. Shui Rui's face darkened. What he was afraid of had come true. Let's go and have a look. XXX on the 14th day of the 10th month of the calendar, there was a big mess at the human training hall where the people from all over the city gathered. The matter was instigated by the people from the south and they had a dispute with the people from the north. More than 100 people fought in broad daylight. In the end, the local government sent out patrols to arrest a few of the people who led the fight. Only then did the storm temporarily calm down. It was the third day that Yushu heard about the matter at Automosmantha Square. The cause of the incident also came out. She was not surprised that it was caused by Xia Jiangying's murder in LoveLore Library. Yushu was still thinking about whether to tell Xia Mingming or not. Then she heard from Yu Xiaoxiu that the guards of Xia Jiangying's family had already come to deliver the news in the morning. Xia Mingming had gone out with the guards who came to report, but they had not returned yet. Did she say where she was going? Yushu asked worriedly. Yes, I asked. She said that she was going to the Supreme Court. Yu Xiaoxiu said. Yushu nodded and went to the courtyard to wash her face. Then she went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. She boiled water and stood by the fire waiting for it to boil. Only then did she realize that something was wrong. In the past, when she came home, no matter what Jing Qin was doing, he would come out with Yu Xiaoxiu to welcome her. Today, she did not see him. Is Brother Jing in the room? Yushu turned her head and asked Yu Xiaoxiu, who was sitting at the kitchen door helping her to cut vegetables. Yes, Brother Jing seems to be not feeling well today. He has been lying in the room for the whole afternoon. Not feeling well? Yushu asked worriedly. Did he take the medicine today? The dinner hasn't been cooked yet. Yushu put down the lid of the pot in her hand. Put the vegetables away and go boil the medicine. I will go check on him. At this time, the sun had set. Jing Chen's door was ajar. Through the crack of the door, she could not see what was going on inside. Yushu knocked on the door. Jing Chen, are you sleeping? After knocking a few times, there was no response from inside. Yushu pushed the door open and went in. There was no cover in the room, only a screen for changing clothes. Yushu saw Jing Chen lying on the bed. Taking 2 steps forward, she could clearly see that his hair was disheveled and his head was covered in sweat. His face was flushed and his eyes were tightly closed. His curly eyelashes were stained with tiny beads of sweat. His body seemed to be struggling in a nightmare. His lips opened and closed as if he was talking in his sleep. But because he could not make a sound, he could only pant pitifully. Jing Chen. Yushu was scared and rushed to the bed. She held his shoulder and shook it, trying to wake him up. However, Jing Chen was deep in his dream and could not hear her. No matter how she shook him, he did not wake up. Jing Chen, wake up, Jing Chen. Jing Chen's body couldn't stop trembling. Yushu shifted her gaze and saw that his left fist was clenched tightly by his side. His knuckles were pale, and the veins on the back of his hand were green and red, as if they would explode at any moment. Yushu's heart tightened. She continued to call out to him while grabbing his tightly clenched fist. She tried to pry it open, but his fist was hard. No matter how hard she tried, it would not budge. Seeing his face gradually turning blue, Yushu panicked. Without thinking, she grabbed his fist and opened her mouth to bite it. Yushu had tiger teeth in her mouth. She couldn't control her strength and bit hard. Jing Chen's throat let out a muffled groan. His body shook and his closed eyes suddenly opened. Yushu tasted the sweetness of rust in her mouth and hurriedly let go. As soon as she raised her head, she met Jing Chen's sharp and threatening gaze. His gaze was so strange and full of aggression that Yushu felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Subconsciously, she wanted to dodge, but as soon as she moved, a force came from her wrist, and Jing Chen grabbed her wrist. Yushu didn't know whether to advance or retreat. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and shout, "Jing Chen." She originally wanted to wake him up from his dream. She didn't expect him to respond. Unexpectedly, he was in a trance for a moment. He probably recognized Yushu in front of him. The sharpness in his eyes quickly faded and he gently moved his lips twice. The tip of her ears twitched. Yushu's eyes widened. She leaned forward and stared at Jing Chen's mouth to confirm that it was not an illusion. Jing Chen. Jing Chen blinked and supported his body to sit up from the bed. He slowly raised his other hand and touched his throat. Under Yushu's anxious gaze, he moved his lips uncertainly. This voice was almost inaudible, but Yushu and Jing Chen didn't miss it. Jing Chen was stunned, and Yushu almost jumped up in surprise. She grabbed Jing Chen's hand and shook it. She was so excited that her cheeks were red. "You can speak. Ha! You can speak. That's great. That's great." Yushu's ecstasy was expressed through a series of "that's great"s. On the other hand, Jing Chen, the person involved, saw her face that was so excited that it was glowing. Only then did he realize that he was happy and smile with her. Being able to speak like a normal person was probably the best thing that had happened to him since he lost his memory. Being able to speak again, did this mean that in the near future, he would be able to remember everything that he had forgotten? Those important things that he wanted to remember but could not. Jing Chen couldn't help but hope that Yushu was even happier than him. His heart was filled with joy, as if he had found an outlet. Without thinking too much, he followed his heart and leaned forward, bringing her into his arms with one hand and hugging her slender back with the other. He buried his sweaty forehead on her shoulder. Even though his throat was burning with pain, he couldn't help but want to say, "You're my wife, Yushu, Yushu, Yushu. Little you." He always remembered that night when he woke up on the drifting ship. His mind was empty. He couldn't remember his life, and he didn't know his life. In that bleak emptiness, there was someone who could tell him who he was. How grateful he was to have such a person by his side when he was helpless and hopeless. Yushu was suddenly hugged by Jing Chen and couldn't react for a moment. She lay on his chest, listening to his warm heartbeat and the indescribable soft call on his shoulder, calling her name. Somewhere in her heart trembled. When she came back to her senses, she had already hugged him back. Her hands tightened around his slender waist, and her nose was slightly sore. "That's great. He can recover. It's really great." The two of them hugged each other quietly, forgetting about the nightmare just now and sharing the same joy at this moment. Until Yu Xiaoxiu's shout sounded at the door. "What are you two doing?" Yu Xiaoxiu heard the noise in Jing Chen's room from the kitchen and came to take a look out of curiosity. As soon as he came over, he saw this scene. Jing Chen was sitting on the bed with his sister in his arms. They were usually close, and he turned a blind eye to Jing Chen's special situation. But now, the two of them were actually hugging each other. How could this be? Yushu and Jing Chen heard the noise and turned their heads. They looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was at the door with a face of catching them in the act. They paused for a moment. Yushu was the first to come back to her senses. Her face turned hot, and she removed her hand from Jing Chen's waist. She pushed his chest and broke free from his shoulder. She quickly jumped up from the bed and took 2 steps back to show her innocence. However, Yu Xiaoxiu still saw what he wanted to see. He angrily went forward to separate the two of them, glared at Jing Chen, and dragged Yu Shu, whose face was red and suspicious, out of the room. With a bang, he slammed the door shut. Jing Chen looked at the door that was slammed shut in confusion. He lifted the quilt and wanted to get out of bed, but his left hand was stinging. He looked down and saw a row of teeth marks on the back of the web between his thumb and index finger. There was also a small red wound. He raised his hand to lick the blood off, but just as he put it to his mouth, he stopped and took his hand away. He stared at the row of small teeth marks, and the sharp canine teeth at the corner of Yu Shu's mouth when she smiled flashed in his mind. He smiled and gently pressed his thumb against the web between his thumb and index finger. Then, he put down his hand and got out of bed. Chapter 177. Yu Xiaoxiu pulled Yu Shu into the big room and closed the door, intending to teach her about etiquette, righteousness, honor and shame. But before he could start, he heard Jing Chen knocking on the door from outside. He threw Yu Shu aside, turned around and opened the door. He said in a bad mood, "We brothers have something to talk about. Brother Jing, you go back to your room and rest first." Then he was about to close the door again. Jing Chen glanced at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was secretly waving at Yu Shu and winking at him. He blocked the door with one hand, cleared his throat, and said word by word, "Xiaoji." Halfway through his words, Yu Xiaoxiu's expression suddenly froze. He stared blankly at Jing Chen, who had just called out to him, "Jing, brother Jing, did you just talk to me?" Yu Shu patted his shoulder from behind and said proudly, "Your brother Jing can speak. Are you happy?" Yu Xiaoxiu nodded in surprise. This sudden good news had rushed into his mind, and for a moment, he forgot that the two of them were hugging in the room. "Then why are you still standing there?" Yu Shu pushed his shoulder. "Go and see if the water on the stove is boiling. There is chrysanthemum tea I bought the day before yesterday in the cupboard. Make a pot for your brother Jing to moisten his throat." Oh, okay." Yu Xiaoxiu was fooled away, and Yu Shu was relieved to escape a lecture. She turned her head and met Jing Chen's puzzled eyes. She uncomfortably combed her loose hair behind her ear and beckoned him to sit down in the room. She stood in front of him and asked, "How do you feel now? Does your throat hurt? Does it hurt anywhere?" Jing Chen shook his head, and suddenly remembered that he could speak now. He opened his mouth and said in a somewhat obscure way, "It's not hard." "Really?" Yu Shu did not believe him, mainly because he had too many criminal records. She lit the oil lamp and brought it closer to him. "Open your mouth and let me see." Jing Chen obediently opened his mouth. With the help of the light, Yu Shu could see that his throat was red behind the coating of his tongue. She frowned and muttered to herself, "I have to invite a doctor over tomorrow." Putting down the oil lamp, Yu Shu went out to get a basin of water, wrung a handkerchief, and handed it to Jing Chen to wipe his sweat. She sat down opposite him. She wanted to ask him what nightmare he just had, but she was afraid that his throat would be hurt if he spoke too much since he had just regained the ability to speak, so she suppressed her curiosity. Jing Chen covered his face with the handkerchief and recalled the fragments of the dream. He took a deep breath, took off the handkerchief, and turned to look at Yu Shu, and said slowly, I dreamt, Yu Chen, and Chen, Yu Shu, Yu, Chen, and you, and said, you, to Chen, do you know who caused you to be like that? She could still remember Jing Chen's half-dead appearance when he was picked up on the boat. He was a martial artist, and to be able to injure him like that, the culprit was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Jing Chen shook his head, and said with a disappointed expression, "Only, I dreamt, there was a group of people, chasing me." Oh, Yu Shu sat back down in disappointment, and looked at his forehead and ears, which were wet with sweat, and said gently, "Don't think too much, after boiling some water, go wash and change your clothes, take your medicine and rest early." Jing Chen nodded, and stood up with the help of the table. Yu Shu followed behind him, and watched him return to his room. She looked up at the moon in the sky, and stood alone in the courtyard for a while. Because of the gloominess brought about by Xia Jiangying's death, it was diluted by the joy of Jing Chen recovering his voice. She took a deep breath, and even took a few breaths, and her mood became much more relaxed. Pa, there was a knock on the courtyard door, but there was no call. Yu Shu thought that Xia Mingming had returned, and went to open the door. Sure enough, she saw Xia Mingming standing outside alone. "Why did you come back so late? You are alone, and you didn't let Fei Wei see you off." The sky was dark, and she couldn't see Xia Mingming's expression clearly. After Yu Shu finished speaking, she waited for a while, but she didn't hear a reply, and also didn't see her enter the door. She thought that something was wrong, and wanted to pull her in, but just as she stretched out her hand, Xia Mingming walked forward and hugged her. "Ashu." The impact made Yu Shu take a step back, and the wet and warm feeling on her neck let her know that Xia Mingming was crying. After a slight hesitation, she patted her back, and asked in a low voice, "Why are you crying again? I heard from Xiaoxiu that you went to the Supreme Court, right?" "Yes, I killed fourth sister." Xia Mingming's words were shocking, and Yu Shu's expression changed. She pulled her in with one hand, closed the courtyard door with the other, and pulled her back to the room. When they passed by the kitchen door, Yu Xiaoxiu, who rushed out to see what was going on, waved his hand and asked him to wait outside. After closing the door, Yu Shu pressed Xia Mingming to sit on her bed, put the lamp on the bedside, turned around, and said with a serious expression, "What did you mean by what you said just now? What did you mean by you killed your fourth sister?" Xia Mingming lowered her head, took a deep breath, and hugged her shoulders, shivering, and said with red eyes, "Today, when I went to the Supreme Court to inquire about the progress of the case, I overheard Magistrate Chu talking to his subordinates. He said that the murderer could enter and leave the Imperial Historian's library without leaving a trace, so he must be familiar with the inner court. The murder was premeditated, and he sneaked into the inner room from the back window at night. The person he wanted to kill might not be my fourth sister, but the young miss of the Ji family who lived in the second room in the East Pavilion." Xia Mingming cried until she was gasping for breath. If I didn't go to find fourth sister wouldn't have changed rooms with Miss Ji. So it was all because of me that fourth sister encountered such a disaster. I killed fourth sister, it was me." Yu Shu was alarmed. Just now, she thought that Xia Mingming really did something, but it turned out that she had figured out the key point of Xia Jiangying and Ji Xingxuan changing rooms. However, looking at her regretful and hateful expression, it was better to let her continue to be confused. After thinking for a while, Yu Shu sat down beside her, patted her knee, and advised, "Mingming, don't let your imagination run wild. Did you forget that you had a nightmare that night? You clearly dreamed that your fourth sister had an accident on a rainy day. In the end, it didn't rain that night, right?" Xia Mingming nodded absent-mindedly. "Yes, it didn't rain that night. I dreamed of a rainy night. It can't be wrong. So, think about it, if you didn't go to find her, then even if she didn't have an accident on a rainy night, she would have had an accident on a rainy night. What does this have to do with whether you went to find her or not? Moreover, it was your fourth sister who decided to change rooms with Miss Ji. The murderer is the one who killed your fourth sister. If you want to blame someone, blame the murderer for being so cruel. How can you say that you killed her? Yushu knew that it was a little far-fetched for her to enlighten Xia Mingming like this, because even she felt that Xia Jiangying's accident was caused by her and Ji Xingxuan changing rooms. However, the dead had passed away. No matter how regretful and guilty the living were, the dead would not come back to life. After listening to Yushu's words, Xia Mingming gradually stopped choking. She slowly turned her head, her eyes wavering with uncertainty, as if she was longing for a chance to convince herself. She nervously and carefully asked, "Is it this cake?" Yushu secretly sighed and held her hand. "Haven't you always been curious about the capable person who taught me the art of E? Let me tell you, the master who taught me the art of E once gave me advice. He said, fortune and misfortune can be avoided, but life and death cannot be avoided. If there is one less disaster today, there will be retribution in the future. It is true that divination can predict what will happen after one's death, but it is difficult to defy fate. How many people in this world can fight against fate? Look at those virtuous paragons from ancient times. In the end, they couldn't escape the word death. If your fourth sister is facing a calamity, then she couldn't avoid it. If this is a death tribulation, how could it be so easy to escape? That day, when Zhao Hui's life was hanging by a thread, she stubbornly saved her. After that, Daoist Qing Jing was furious with her. Although she did not know what method he used to help her avoid retribution, she was not arrogant enough to think that she was more capable than her master and could ignore the fate of others. This was also why when she knew that Xia Jiangying was about to encounter a disaster, she initially held an attitude of not doing anything and did not do her best to help her. She was afraid that Xia Jiangying's disaster was not a disaster, but a disaster of death. If she changed it, this time, there was no Daoist Qingjing to help her avoid it. The most terrifying thing was not knowing what you would face, but not knowing what you would face. She admitted that she was afraid, but she was not ashamed of it. This was because there were many things she could do in this world, and there were also many things she could not do. The principle she used to distinguish between what she could and could not do was called the price. Some things were worth it, and some things were not. It was like when she went against her conscience to earn that black money to pay for her brother Yulei's high medical fees. In the eyes of outsiders, it was shameless, but to her, it was worth it. After Xia Mingming heard Yushu's words, although she could not completely understand it, the thought of wanting to die as an apology was dispelled. She looked at Yushu's exceptionally bright eyes under the light, and the shadow in her heart was dispelled a little. She couldn't help but lean into her arms again. She hugged her with both hands and wiped her tears on her clothes. She said in a nasal voice, "Thank you. Ashu, it's so good to meet you." Yushu patted her head in a doting manner. She liked the feeling of being trusted, and it made her think of her brother Yulei. That child who always had her worry about everything, no matter how old he was, no matter if he was responsible or not. This was the second time she thought of Yulei today. Previously, she was busy making a living, so she almost did not have time to think about her family who was 500 years away from her. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. She did not know how they were now, and whether they had already walked away from the sadness of her passing. She hoped that they were all well. Dong dong, the sound of knocking on the door brought Yushu back from her thoughts. She could hear Yu Xiaoxiu's voice outside the door. "Brother Jing's medicine is ready. Are you done talking? Let's make dinner quickly." "Got it. I'm coming," Yushu responded. She patted Xia Mingming and signaled her to let go of her. "Wipe your tears and sit alone. I'll go cook. I'll tell you something good later." "Okay." Xia Mingming nodded. She stood up and went to the wash basin. She scooped up some water and splashed it on her face. After waking up, she raised her head and looked at the shaking face in the mirror. She closed her eyes and silently said, "Fourth sister, I swear that I will never let those who hurt you go. As soon as Yu Shu opened the door, she heard Yu Xiaoxiu's stomach growl. She couldn't help but laugh. Oh. Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his stomach and scratched his face in embarrassment. Let's go. I'll go cook for you now. Come help me. Yu Shu pressed his shoulder and intimately pushed him to the kitchen. She looked up at the moon in the night sky. Chapter 178. Because of the trouble in the parent training hall, Shui Rui didn't have time to visit the Xianghe barter hall until the next day. It was rare for the young ladies of Taisher Library to come here. The barters and assistants in the barter hall all remembered them. It was not difficult for Shui Rui to find out that Xia Jiangying did come here to look for books a few days before the accident. On the surface, this matter seemed to be unrelated to Xia Jiangying's death, yet Shui Rui smelled something fishy. When he returned at noon on the same day, he made another trip to the Imperial Historian's Library, and this time, he'd specially gone there to look for Ji Xingxuan. Shui Rui sat in the flower hall and waited. He asked the maidservant to summon Ji Xingxuan. Not long after, Ji Xingxuan appeared. Lord Shui. Shui Rui looked at Ji Xingxuan, who stopped at the door and bowed to him. His eyes paused on her veiled face. He put down the teacup and stood up. I'm here to visit Miss Ji. I'm sorry to disturb your lunch. Ji Xingxuan shook her head. She picked a tea chair that was diagonally opposite Shui Rui and sat down. Only after she finished folding her skirt did she raise her head and ask Shui Rui, Lord Shui, you're looking for me because of Sister Ying's case, right? If you have anything to ask, I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Shui Rui smiled brightly. I'm not here for official business. I'm just here to visit Mississippi, huh? Surprise was written all over Ji Xingxuan's eyes. 3 months ago, she and Shui Rui almost got engaged, but the groom went back on his word. No matter what, they were not in a mutually visiting relationship. After Miss Xia Jiangying's accident, your original room was not convenient. You're still in the barter hole. Have you changed your room? Shui Rui's concern was just the right amount, and it didn't make others feel that it was rude. Ji Xingxuan suppressed her suspicions and answered, I'll rest in the dojo during the day, and I'll return to the mansion at night. I don't stay overnight in the dojo for now. Shui Rui said, that's good too. After all, it's safer to return to the residence after such an incident. But if I remember correctly, the grand examination will be held soon. You're going to take the astrology exam, right? Won't it affect you if you don't go to the astrological platform at night? He mentioned the subject he specialized in. The expression in Ji Xingxuan's eyes clearly changed. She smiled at him and said confidently, chant more scriptures. There's no need to cram at the last minute. Shui Rui was a talkative person, and he was experienced and knowledgeable. Intentionally or unintentionally, he picked out topics that Ji Xingxuan was interested in. The two of them chatted like this until the servant came in to change the tea. Only then did they realize that an hour had passed. Only then did Shui Rui stop the topic. He stood up and bade her farewell. It's getting late, I still have to return to the Supreme Court. Sorry to disturb you today. I hope you won't think that I'm a chatterbox. Ji Xingxuan also stood up. As she walked him to the door, she said, What do you mean by chatterbox? After today's meeting, I feel that the rumors are not credible. Shui Rui stopped at the door and turned to ask, Oh, what rumors? Ji Xingxuan's eyes flashed. She lowered her head and said with embarrassment, Everyone says that young master is a playboy. He likes to drink and have fun outside. He doesn't think about business. Ha! Shui Rui laughed heartily. He did not comment on these rumors. He cupped his hands towards Ji Xingxuan and strode away. Ji Xingxuan leaned against the door and watched him leave. She whispered to herself, this person's appearance doesn't match his personality. He's also an outstanding talent. I just don't know if he's good or bad for me. As soon as Shui Rui left the female hostel, he restrained his expression. If he was suspicious before, now he was 80% sure that there was something wrong with this Ji Xingxuan. He had previously asked the students of the Imperial Historian's Library about her. He believed that the rumors had already reached her ears. However, when this woman met him today, not only did she not mention anything, she also handled the conversation with ease and did not have the slightest bit of guilt. It was this kind of calmness that lacked the fear that a good friend with whom she had been with day and night would have died. She revealed a different kind of guilt. Perhaps before Xia Jiangying's death, she had already discovered that someone wanted to harm her. He just did not know whether she and Xia Jiangying exchanged rooms on purpose or if it was an accident. At this point in the investigation of this headless case, there was finally a breakthrough, and Shui Rui believed that if he followed along this clue that was Ji Xingxuan and followed the vine to the melon, then he would surely be able to gain something. Leaving the main gate of the Imperial Historian's Library, Shui Rui planned to go to Osmanthus Lane in the south of the city to see if he could find Xia Mingming through Yushu. However, he was stopped at the door. Eldest young master, Laoi asked this lowly one to find you. Shui Rui glanced at the sky that was still early in the morning, and he had a hesitant expression as he asked the servant that led the horse over. What happened in the clan? His grandfather was a strict person and was even more meticulous in his work. At this time, the old man should be in the minister's study. Nothing happened at home. Laoi only asked eldest young master to return to the Fu as soon as possible. Shui Rui had to put aside the matter of looking for Yushu. He got on the carriage and asked the coachman to turn around and go home. The Shui residence was located on Ningle Street in the north of the city, only half a mile away from the Jade Ditch in the Imperial City. The two streets in front and behind the Shui residence were occupied by the mansions of the nobles, which was enough to show their power. When Shui Rui returned home, he heard the servant say that Minister Shui was in the study, so he went to find him. Grandfather. Shui Rui stopped outside the study and knocked on the door. After 2 knocks, a steady and deep voice came from inside, "Come in." Shui Rui closed the door behind him and passed through the curtain into the inner hall. At first glance, he saw an old man whose back was facing him as he stood under the yellow pear-wood bookshelf and rummaged through the books. The old man was still wearing his court attire, and the conspicuous purple color was the symbol of a high-ranking official in the imperial court. Even though he was almost 60 years old, his back was already arched, and his sideburns were grizzled. A mere set of clothes was enough to make others feel reverence. Grandfather, are you looking for your grandson? Are you investigating the case of Taishirshu Garden? Shui Rui answered, yes, grandson and Chu Yufang are handling the case. How is the investigation going? According to what I know, there's something fishy about this case. Grandfather, do you still remember the Ji clan that discussed marriage with me? That Xia Jiang clan's young miss who passed away might have died unjustly in place of the Ji clan's 4th young Mississippi. I just don't know what kind of enemy the Ji clan has. Shui Rui didn't conceal anything in front of the old man. The room was quiet. The old man put the book in his hand back on the bookshelf and said lightly, that's it. You don't have to deal with this case anymore. I have already informed Zhou He, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and he will assign you something else. Shui Rui was stunned and raised his head. Grandfather, this. Go out and visit your mother in the ancestral hall. I heard from the servant that she fell ill yesterday. She will probably want to see you. Shui Rui's expression was dazed for a moment, and he swallowed the doubts that were at the tip of his tongue. He looked at the old man's back and left. On the 19th of the 10th month, 10 days had passed since Xia Jiangying was killed. As Xia Mingming waited anxiously, the case finally came to a conclusion. That morning, Yushu was preparing to go out with her stall as usual. At the entrance of the alley, she met two officials sent by the prefectural government. She followed them home and opened the door to call Xia Mingming out. "Are you Miss Xia Jiang?" the official asked impartially. "Yes, it's me." Xia Mingming was still dressed in men's clothing. When he saw the officials, he perked up. "Miss Xia Jiang, please come with us to the Supreme Court for a hearing. The murderer of your sister has been arrested." Faced with this sudden, good news, Xia Mingming grabbed the other party excitedly and asked, "You've caught it? Who is it?" The two officials looked at each other, and the one grabbed by Xia Mingming said, "It's a murderer who committed crimes in the south of the city not long ago. This person has killed 4 people in half a year and is insane. He was arrested in the north of the city the night before." Xia Mingming gritted his teeth. Why did this villain want to harm my 4th sister? The official shook his head and said, "We don't know the details. Miss Xia Jiang, please come to the court for a hearing." Xia Mingming clenched his fists and turned to Yushu. "Ashu, will you come with me?" Yushu nodded. She also wanted to see what was going on. Xia Mingming was so anxious that he didn't even change his clothes and left with the officials. Yushu told Yu Xiaoxiu to look after the house and went to the Supreme Court with her. When they arrived at the court, the case had just begun. Yushu stood at the door of the court and didn't go in. She originally thought that she would see Shui Rui here, but she didn't expect that the judge in the court was a middle-aged man surnamed Chu. She didn't see Shui Rui. Because it was a public case, there was no need to file a complaint. As soon as the trial began, the criminal was brought to the court. Yushu thought that she would see some ferocious bandit, but she didn't expect that it was a man who was beaten to a pulp and had only 1 breath left. The trial of this case was much smoother than when she climbed the court by beating drums. Lord Chu, who was sitting in the court, took the confession of the criminal who was interrogated in the torture room yesterday and a shoe left by the criminal under the east wall of the library. He questioned him in the court. The criminal was half-conscious and just answered in a muffled voice. He admitted that he sneaked into the Taisha library on the night of October 9th and killed Xia Jiangying. As for why he wanted to kill Xia Jiangying, the official explanation was that it was a coincidence. This person was a murderous person. Because he used to do odd jobs in the Taisha library, he knew the layout of the inner courtyard. That night, he sneaked into the women's library to commit murder and happened to jump out of Xia Jiangying's back window. When he was discovered by her, he killed her. At that time, Yushu became suspicious and always felt that something was wrong. Why did it seem to be a confession made by torture? However, the evidence was conclusive, and there was no way to doubt it. Lord Chu sentenced the criminal to death on the spot. At noon tomorrow, he would be beheaded in public on Hexiao Street. With a slap of the gavel, this murder case, which had caused a lot of noise and caused a fight between the north and the south, was over. Xia Mingming was accompanied by a maid. From beginning to end, she stood at the side of the court and listened to the trial with a stiff expression. Yushu stood outside the court and watched the criminal being dragged away by the officers. Her expression was a bit unpredictable. She turned her head and looked at the crowd at the entrance of the yamen. She was not surprised to see several students in the uniforms of the Taisha library. Among them, there was Ji Xingxuan, whose face was covered with a green veil but was very eye-catching. Strange. Yushu murmured to herself. Strange about what? Yushu suddenly heard a response from behind her. She turned around and saw Shui Rui, who was standing behind her without her noticing. Perhaps she was used to him popping his head out from time to time. She did not lose her composure in shock like she did the previous few times. Instead, she asked in a low voice, "Why are you here? Wasn't he the judge of this case?" Chapter 179. With bewilderment in her heart, Yushu followed Shui Rue into a deserted tavern on the neighboring street, and she found an empty corner on the first floor that had very few customers before she sat down and ordered a pot of wine. Yushu thought that Shui Rue had something to say to her, but when the wine was served, he drank one cup after another. Yushu stared at him for a long time, but he didn't say anything. After 2 pots of wine, he continued to drink without any expression. He didn't seem to care about her at all. She finally realized that this person called her here to drink with him. Yushu was happy. It was rare to see this person being troubled. She rolled her eyes and took a pair of chopsticks from the bamboo basket. She knocked on the chopsticks in front of Shui Rue, trying to get his attention. "You're in a bad mood. Do you want me to guess why?" Today, Shui Rue didn't show up in court. She was puzzled at that time. He was the one investigating the case, so he shouldn't be sitting here drinking in casual clothes. Shui Rue's expression didn't change as he continued to pour wine. "What about you? What were you so strange about outside the yamen?" Yushu twirled the chopsticks in her hand and said with a double meaning, "Isn't my strange matter the reason why you're in a bad mood?" The wine cup stopped by his mouth. Shui Rue looked at her deeply and said, "No matter what, Xia Jiangying's case has been closed. It has nothing to do with you. Don't be too curious about it." Xia Jiangying's case was closed in a hurry. Sure enough, there must be something hidden. Yushu thought. "Do I look like the kind of person who would look for trouble?" Yushu answered with a question. She took an upside-down wine cup from the table and took the wine jug by Shui Rue's hand to pour it. She was just about to raise it up and take a sip to quench her thirst when a hand grabbed it away. "I'm trying to drown my sorrows in alcohol." "What are you trying to do?" Shui Rue raised his eyebrows as he held a small, round porcelain cup in his hand. "You're the only one who has worries, but I can't." "Give it to me." Yushu scoffed. She would do whatever she wanted to do, and she did not need others to make decisions for her. She pressed one hand on the table and stood up. Then, she extended her arm to snatch the wine glass from Shui Rue's hand. Shui Rue retracted his hand and dodged the attack. He raised his head and poured the wine into his mouth. Yushu pounced on empty air. "In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound." However, Shui Rue was one step ahead of her. With a sweep of his arm on the table, the wine pot fell into his hand. He put down the wine glass and raised the wine pot. He tilted his head back and poured half of the wine into his mouth. At the same time, he deliberately looked sideways at Yushu with a smile. As the wine flowed down his throat, his heart suddenly felt carefree. Yushu's eyes narrowed when she saw Shui Rue's teasing gaze, and the corners of her mouth curled into a wisp of a naughty smile. She suddenly leaned forward and held onto Shui Rue's wrist before fiercely pouring the remaining half jug of wine into his mouth. Shui Rue was caught off guard and choked. Quite a lot of wine spilled out. He hurriedly pressed her hand down to stop her. He coughed and laughed, ahem, ha ha ha. All right. Stop messing around. I have something serious to talk to you about." Yushu rolled her eyes. Who was messing with him? He was clearly the one who started it. "You still have something serious to talk about? I thought you called me over to show off how good your alcohol tolerance is." "Of course I have something serious to talk about." Shui Rue grabbed Yushu's skinny wrist. He pinched it lightly without leaving a trace. Wiping the wine stains from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, he cleared his throat and said, "Didn't I say that I have a business to introduce to you? Do you still want to do it?" Yushu's eyes lit up. "Of course I want to do it. What business is it? Tell me first." Shui Rue said, "It's something you're good at." Yu Shu did not boast at all. I'm good at many things. Which one are you talking about? Shui Rui's eyes flickered. Unhurriedly, he spat out 2 words. Gambling. The smile on Yu Shu's face froze. Vigilance rose in her heart. Sitting back on the stool, she pretended to be ignorant to Shui Rui. How come I don't know that I'm good at gambling? Is it because you caught me gambling at Spring Fragrance Brothel? Chao Zixin's understanding of her mathematical ability was limited to the level of an accountant. Even the Ji family was confused about her sweeping the Baoran casino in Yang City. How could he know that she was good at this? Shui Rui played with the empty wine cup on the table. Since you remember being caught by me, don't you know that I was the one who investigated that matter? I know exactly what happened during that period. You probably don't know who came up with the 2 problems that you solved that were worth 100 taels of silver. So it was here that she gave herself away. Yu Shu still felt depressed when she recalled what happened that day. That time, she stood up for Xia Mingming and wanted to earn money from him. In the end, she was tricked by him instead. She watched as the 200 taels of silver flew away. She had been excited for nothing. Didn't you say that the problems were set by the banker? It should be someone hired by the Evergreen Gang. If the Evergreen Gang could hire such a helper, they wouldn't just be able to occupy Autumn Osmanthus Lane in the south of the city. Shui Rui said. Those problems were leaked from LoveLore Library. The person who came up with them was Sir Han Wenguang from the mathematics department. They were supposed to be students' homework. Yu Shu rubbed her chin. It's a teacher from LoveLore Library. No wonder those problems were so difficult and took me so long. Shui Rui asked with a strange expression, you've actually never heard of old Sir Han from LoveLore Library? Why? Is he famous? In the 10 years of the Grand Yen examination, 3 generations of the great mathematicians were all his direct disciples. Do you think he's famous? Shui Rui asked calmly. Yu Shu's mouth fell open in shock. Monopolizing the first place in the Grand Yen examination for 10 years in a row, this old man was really amazing. Fortunately, she did not pretend to solve all 4 problems that day. Otherwise, it would have been too suspicious. Even the students under his tutelage would often have a headache for a few days before they would be able to come up with an answer for the questions he set. You were able to solve 2 questions within an hour, so is it wrong for me to say that you're skilled in this Tao? Shui Rui looked at Yu Shu with a gaze of bewilderment, and he said doubtfully, truthfully speaking, I'm truly curious sometimes. Where did you learn your ability from? The Ji clan's study of changes is a strange sect, so why are you so outstanding in the study of mathematics? If it's just self-study, then you're too talented. Yu Shu sneered, just think of it as me being exceptionally talented. She couldn't tell him that she came from 500 years in the future and that her mathematical skills were centuries ahead of the ancients. Fortunately, Shui Rui did not take it seriously and did not continue to probe. Instead, he returned to the previous topic. What do you think of my suggestion? Do you want to accept my business? Yu Shu sat up straight. What do you mean by that? Is it your business again? Shui Rui explained, there are many rich and idle people in the north of the city. Naturally, there are many ways to have fun. Every month, there will be 1 or 2 people who will set up a place to gamble. It's funny to say that most of these people don't know anything about Yi Shui. It's just that they have customers in their residences. I've only been back in the capital for 2 months and I've already received 4 or 5 invitations. I can't avoid them and let them talk behind my back. There's a bet at the end of this month. Are you willing to go with me to see the world and broaden your horizons? Not to mention other things, there are at least 7 or 8 DE masters here. I'll introduce 1 or 2 of them to you so that you can visit them in the future. These words made Yu Shu quite excited. The level of Yi Shui in the south and the north of the city was completely different. It was indeed a good thing for her to have the opportunity to mix into the circle of Yi Shui and the north. She couldn't always set up a stall in Audiobooks Lane. Sooner or later, she had to climb up. She understood Shui Rui's good intention. Although he said it as if he was asking her for help, how could the Shui family not be able to find a customer to act as a facade? She had to make up the number. What made her hesitate was whether she should accept his kindness, or should she accept it in person. The more she owed, the harder it was to return it. When the favor accumulated to a certain extent, it was also a kind of burden. Shui Rui saw that Yu Shu couldn't make up her mind at this moment. He more or less guessed what she was worried about. He tapped his neatly trimmed fingers on the table and asked a completely irrelevant question, "How is Xiaoxiu now?" Yu Shu didn't understand why he asked this question, but she still answered, "He's staying at home. He's alive and kicking. I remember that when he was in Yang City, he learned Yi in the study room of the Kong, Ji, and Lu family, right?" Yu Shu nodded. "If I'm not wrong, you usually teach him some things and let him continue to learn." "I do teach him some arithmetic." Shui Rui said, "Have you ever thought about finding another place for him to enter the school?" Yu Shu was stunned. She really didn't think about this. After the new year, Xiaoxiu will be 12 years old. A boy at this age should be in contact with others. You can teach him, but isn't it better to let him experience the outside world? Yu Shu's expression changed, and she quickly took this matter seriously. She had to admit that after coming to the capital, she had neglected Yu Xiaoxiu because of the many trivial matters. But this didn't mean that she didn't care about his growth. It was just that the child was too worry-free, and unconsciously, she didn't worry about him anymore. Shui Rui observed Yu Shu's expression, and when he felt that the time was right, he said, "There are a few schools in the north of the city that specialize in accepting children of his age. They have a good reputation, and the teachers are all famous Yi Shishir who used to be on the Dian examination. With my help, it won't be difficult for you to enter the school. Why don't you consider changing the environment for Xiaoxiu? After all, you only have one younger brother, and he is probably the only branch left of the Yu family." There was almost no need to consider this matter. Yu Shu was a modern person who had received 9 years of compulsory education and 7 years of higher education. Of course, she knew the importance of school for a growing child. "It seems that I will owe you another favor." Yu Shu pinched her forehead and said, indirectly accepting his suggestion. Shui Rui laughed, "It's not a favor. I'm just helping to say a few words. As for the tuition fees, you will have to pay them yourself." "Tuition fees?" Shui Rui nodded. Yu Shu carefully asked, "How much can it cost?" Shui Rui's smile became more and more amiable, "A miscellaneous amount. After 1 month, 50 taels of silver will not be able to escape." Cough, 50 taels a month. Oh my, he might as well take her life. At this time, if Yu Shu still didn't understand why Shui Rui suddenly mentioned Yu Xiaoxiu, then she really was several years older than him for nothing. This guy was obviously younger than her, but how could he be several times more cunning than her? "I'll do the business you said before. But let's make it clear first, I don't have the capital to gamble, so you have to pay for me first. Also, if I win, I want to split the money, at least 30 to 70. I'll take 30 and you take 70. At this point, she might as well be thick-skinned to the end. Yu Shu fearlessly raised her request. Chapter 180. Yu Shu and Shui Rui made an appointment to go to Audiobooks Lane to find her. The two parted in front of the tavern. She and Shui Rui had been out for half a day and did not know how Xia Mingming was doing. When she returned to the yamen, the commoners outside the door had already dispersed. A guard from the Jiang family was waiting for her at the door. "Teacher Yu, our young miss went to the memorial hall. She asked this lowly one to stay and tell you that if you come back, you should go home first." Because the Jiang family far away in Jiangnan did not come and Jiangying died in a foreign place, it was not convenient to bury her. Her body had been placed in the memorial hall. Although the weather had turned cold, it was not a good idea to continue like this. Yu Shu knew that Xia Mingming had ordered a coffin a few days ago. Now that the case was over, Xia Mingming must have gone to the memorial hall to collect the body. Speaking of which, Xia Mingming was a delicate girl. It was difficult for her to handle these matters personally. Yu Shu thought for a moment and said to the guard, "I will go to the memorial hall to take a look. You can return to the inn first." Yu Shu walked to the memorial hall in the suburbs north of the city. When she arrived, Xia Jiangying was already in the coffin. She could hear the servant girls crying from outside the fence. When Yu Shu entered the memorial hall, she saw a brownish-red coffin under the porch not far away. Xia Mingming was holding the coffin and crying. A yellow-robed woman was handing her a handkerchief to comfort her. It was Ji Xingxuan, who had appeared outside the yamen before. Yu Shu stood in front of the door and did not walk up. Instead, she took 2 steps back and leaned against the door, listening to the faint voices in the courtyard. Ji Xingxuan patted Xia Mingming's shoulder and softly comforted, "Don't be sad. Do you know how happy she was when you 2 sisters were reconciled? Even when she was watching the stars, she would mention you. I believe that older sister Ying's spirit in heaven would not want to see you sad for her." Xingxuan Jijie, Xia Mingming turned and leaned on Ji Xingxuan's shoulder. She hugged her and sobbed, "Why was it my 4th sister who encountered this kind of disaster? Why her?" In order to restore the reputation of the Jiang clan, she worked harder than anyone else. She didn't do anything bad. Why was she the one who died? Why? Ji Xingxuan sighed silently. Life and death are fated. Who can say for sure? Outside the coffin home, Yu Shu rested her elbow on her hand. Stroking his chin, he turned around and left, his eyes filled with suspicion. Was life and death decreed by fate? Under the persuasion of the servant girls and Ji Xingxuan, Xia Mingming managed to suppress his sadness and ordered the porters to carry the coffin to the cold cave behind the memorial hall. When the matter was settled, Ji Xingxuan took her leave and boarded the sedan. Xia Mingming stood alone in the courtyard of the memorial hall, looking at her back and the robes of the LoveLore Library. She raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. She lowered her head and looked at the white silk handkerchief that had fallen by her feet. She lifted her foot and stepped on it. The tip of his foot slowly moved. Not far away, Ji Xingxuan sat in the sedan. She raised 2 fingers to press on her right eye, which was twitching slightly. She put her hand down and looked at her sleeve. She touched the round protrusion on her left wrist and calmed down again. "Jing Qin. You will encounter a great disaster when you leave the mountain this time. Your life is at risk, and I can't help you resolve it. You must be careful and remember not to trust others easily. Remember this. Jing Qin, you must keep the adversity-blocking stone second uncle gave you. You must not give it to someone who is not kind-hearted. There are many capable people in this world, but there are some who recognize this thing. If it is used for other purposes, it might bring about bad karma. You must take it back as soon as possible. Jing Qin, oh." Jing Qin suddenly sat up from the bed. The back of his shirt was soaked with sweat, revealing the lines of his spine. He raised his hand to hold his aching forehead and let out a low moan. His breathing gradually calmed down. He turned his head and looked out of the window. It was night time. He had almost lost count of the number of times he had woken up from his dream. Since he could speak, he had been having dreams repeatedly. In his dreams, he could always hear people saying some inexplicable words to him. The content was different, but he could not understand what they were saying. Putting on his coat, Jing-Chen got off the bed and went to the table to pour himself a cup of cold tea. His chest was moving restlessly, as if there was something he wanted to vent out. He got up and opened the door. Standing in the quiet courtyard, he breathed in the cool air brought by the night breeze. With the help of the faint moonlight, he searched the courtyard. He picked up a branch by the wall and swung it left and right. He found a trace of feeling and took a step forward. Without thinking, his body began to move. Picking up the sword, chopping straight, turning, cutting diagonally, leaping, lifting up, stabbing, sweeping. In the dead of night, there was a sudden gust of wind in the small courtyard. Crack! Jing-Chen's eyes lit up. The branch in his hand broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. Only the short end was left in his hand. Jing-Chen took a deep breath. When he exhaled, he felt that his whole body was extremely comfortable. There was a slight heat in his dantian. Not only did he not feel a trace of fatigue, but he also felt relaxed. He could not tell what was happening to him now, but one thing was certain. He thought that he had remembered what martial arts was. Jing-Chen looked in the direction of Yu Shu's room and decided to tell her the good news tomorrow morning. If Xiaoyu knew that his martial arts had recovered, she would be happy. Throwing away the branch in his hand, Jing-Chen fetched a basin of water to wash the sweat on his body. When he returned to his room, he did not feel sleepy at all. He lit the lamp and sat at the desk in front of the window. He planned to write down the words he heard in his dream. Maybe he would remember something when he read it again in the morning. What? You practiced swordsmanship last night. At the breakfast table, Yu Shu was still holding the soup spoon in one hand. She spat out the porridge in her mouth and threw it on the face of the person sitting opposite her. Xia Mingming rubbed his forehead in disgust and moved his bowl towards Yu Xiaoxiu. Yes. Jing Chen looked at Yu Shu strangely. Why was it different from what he thought? Shouldn't she be happy? He remembered that when they were still on the ship, she had said many times that it was a pity that he had forgotten martial arts. Yu Shu looked at Jing Chen's confused expression and was very angry. Do you remember the last time you practiced swordsmanship? You vomited blood and fainted. I invited a doctor home. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Rest. What you need now is rest. Who asked you to wake up in the middle of the night to practice swordsmanship? If you can't sleep, you close your eyes and count sheep. If you don't like sheep, you count tigers. You can count dogs and cats. But you're not allowed to use martial arts. With new and old injuries, Jing Chen's health was not good. It was not easy for him to speak. She was worried that he would lose his voice again. But he did not have the slightest awareness. It was really infuriating. Jing Chen finally understood why she was angry. He felt that he did not make himself clear, so he patiently explained to her, I'm fine this time. That time, he acted rashly. He had been lying in bed for a few days, but this time was different. His body did not feel the slightest discomfort. Instead, he was more energetic than before. You're fine now, but you might be fine in a while. You don't take care of your own body, and you still ignore other people's concern. Xia Mingming coldly interjected, adding fuel to the fire. I'm not eating anymore. Yu Shu pushed the bowl on the table. She pulled a long face and went into the room to change her clothes. Without saying anything, she pushed the cart out the door. Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly grabbed a steamed bun and chased after her. Kim Bao jumped down from his knee and jumped onto Xia Mingming's lap. Jing Chen saw that Yu Shu was angry. Because he was not good with words, he was a little impatient. He stood up and wanted to follow her out. Xia Mingming broke the steamed bun and said, "Didn't Ashu tell you not to go out? Wait for her to come back." Jing Chen's feet stopped by the door. He looked at the swaying door and remembered Yu Shu's daily instructions. In the end, he did not follow her out. He stood in front of the door for a while. Then, he returned to his room. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoxiu caught up with Yu Shu. He gave her the steamed bun and took the cart from her hands. "Sister, don't be angry. Brother Jing didn't do it on purpose. Don't listen to Xia Mingming. She's been acting weird lately. You know that." They lived under the same roof and were the only two men in the family. Putting aside the occasional unruly behavior between Jing Chen and his sister, Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen had a good relationship. Especially after Jing Chen was able to speak, Yu Xiaoxiu stayed at home with him during the day. He had a companion to read and solve problems, and there was someone to discuss things he didn't understand. Compared to Xia Mingming, who was always against him, he was naturally on Jing Chen's side. Yu Shu took a big bite of the steamed bun and swallowed it. She snorted and said, "Of course I know he didn't do it on purpose. I don't need you to tell me." Yu Xiaoxiu secretly curled his lips and said, "Then why did you get angry with him just now? Will he learn his lesson if I don't get angry?" Yu Shu said angrily. Yu Xiaoxiu revealed an expression that said, "So that's how it is." He immediately looked at Yu Shu with disdain. "Big brother Jing is so innocent, yet you still have the nerve to bully him. What are you looking at?" Yu Shu stuffed the steamed bun into her mouth and mumbled. She walked around the corner and suddenly said, "Well, Xiaoxiu, I want to ask you. Do you want to go to school again?" That day, when Shui Rui mentioned that Yu Xiaoxiu should go to school, she followed him to see the schools. She felt that it was good, but she didn't find a chance to talk to Yu Xiaoxiu about it. After all, it was about him. This kid was quite assertive. It was better to ask his opinion first. "Go to school." Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yu Shu suspiciously. "Why are you asking this? I can just learn from you at home. Don't I have to pay school fees? You don't have to worry about money. I just want to ask you if you want to go to a proper school to learn Yu Shu put her hand on his shoulder. She was afraid that he would be resistant to school after being looked down at by people in Sanju's study house in Yang City. She coaxed, "The teachers in the school in Anling City are specialized in teaching. They are much better than a dabbler like me. You can learn anything you want. After you go to school, you can meet new friends. It's much better than staying at home all day. Also, the school teaches riding and archery. Don't you want to learn?" "I don't want to," Yu Xiaoxiu said without blinking. He didn't look tempted at all. Instead, he looked disdainful. "I'm going to open a school in the future and become a teacher. What's the point of learning riding and archery? I'm not going to join the army and become a general. All I do is fight and kill all day long. I don't like to make friends either. It's not like I can make a living knowing more people. It's good to stay at home." Yu Shu put her hand on her forehead. She just realized that this kid's thinking was so serious. He was prejudiced and antisocial. If he continued like this, would he become an otaku? "Sister, do you want to send me to school?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yu Shu suspiciously. "I don't want to." Yu Shu patted Yu Xiaoxiu's head and smiled, revealing 2 rows of teeth. "I've already found a place for you. Next month, you will go to school. Go to school." Chapter 181. In the evening, Yu Shu returned home. Jing Chen answered the door. He helped Yu Shu move the cart in and followed behind her. Yu Shu could see that he had something to say, but she pretended not to see it. Before he spoke, she stopped Yu Xiaoxiu, who was moving firewood back and forth between the courtyard wall and the kitchen. Xiaoxiu. Yu Xiaoxiu was still upset about Yu Shu forcing her to go to school in the morning. When he heard Yu Shu calling him, he answered reluctantly, "I'm back." Yu Shu understood his mood. She took out a paper bag from the hidden compartment of the cart and waved it at him. "Don't bother. Go wash your hands. I bought you a pair of new shoes. Try it on. If it's too tight, I'll change it on the street tomorrow." The siblings were also amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at the smile on Yu Shu's face. Oh. He quickly went to wash his hands. Xiaoyu. Jing Chen wanted to take this opportunity to explain what happened in the morning. However, he was interrupted by another pair of shoes that Yu Shu placed in front of him. "Here, yours." The weather had turned cold. Wearing cloth shoes had already frozen their feet. Yu Shu bought a pair of thick boots for Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen. It was an old shoe shop recommended by the old shopkeeper of Sun Ji. The stitches were tight and the shoes were layered with cotton. It was enough for winter wear. Jing Chen took the greenish-gray boots from Yu Shu's hands and stroked the smooth surface of the boots. A smile appeared on his face that had been solemn for the entire day. "Well, let's try it on first." Watching Yu Xiaoxiu and Jing Chen happily change their shoes, Yu Shu felt proud. What was this called? She gave them a date after hitting them. Xia Mingming leaned against the door with her arms crossed. "Where's mine?" Yu Shu glanced at her. "If you want to wear it, buy it yourself. Don't you have money?" Xia Mingming had long been accustomed to Yu Shu's temperamental temper. Although he was dissatisfied in his heart, he did not argue with her. She did have some money with her, but it was all left behind by Xia Jiangying. She had spent most of it before. Because he still needed to provide for a few servants, he did not dare to use them recklessly before the Xia Jiang clan arrived. She lived with Yu Shu because she knew that money was important. She would not be as indifferent as before. The new shoes fit her feet very well. Yu Shu bought all the clothes in the family, so it would be strange if she bought the wrong one. Yu Xiaoxiu excitedly paced back and forth in the room in his new shoes. He had long forgotten about his quarrel with Yu Shu in the morning. Looking at Yu Shu's expression, Jing Chen knew that she was no longer angry, so he did not bring up the topic of martial arts again. He didn't want her to be unhappy. Anyway, he practiced swordsmanship at night, so she wouldn't know if she slept soundly. It would not be too late to tell her after a while when his body was better. During dinner, Yu Shu once again brought up the matter of Yu Xiaoxiu going to school. Yu Xiaoxiu only hesitated for a moment, then obediently nodded and obeyed Yu Shu's intention. She then said to Jing Chen, "If I go to school during the day, won't brother Jing be alone at home? What about lunch?" The school that Yu Shu had her eyes on, which provided lunch and a place for students to rest, was located in the north of the city. It was far from home, so it was inconvenient to come back at noon. Jing Chen shook his head. His expression was normal. Just as he was about to answer, Xia Mingming knocked on the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks and said to Yu Xiaoxiu in a bad mood, "What do you mean by alone? Don't you still have me?" Yu Xiaoxiu said disdainfully, "You only know how to eat. When have I seen you cook? Having you is equivalent to not having you. You are not even as good as brother Jing. At least he can cook noodles." Xia Mingming, Jing Chen said, "Don't worry, I can take care of myself." Then he looked at Yu Shu. This sentence was clearly meant for her. Yu Shu put a mouthful of food into Xia Mingming's bowl to comfort her hurt little heart. She said to Jing Chen, "When Xiaoxiu goes to school, I will be back at noon." From Huixing Street to Chiu Guifang, it was not close, but not far either. It was less than an hour's journey. Yu Shu did not go home before because the business was bad. Now everything was better and there were a few regular customers. It would not be a problem for her to go home at noon. Since the head of the family, Yushu, said so, the matter was settled. After dinner, everyone was busy with their own things. When the night was dark, they washed up and went to bed. The sister and brother whispered through the screen, "Xiaoxiu, are you angry that your sister insisted that you go to school?" "No, why would I be angry with you?" "Haha, that's true." "Well, you can go for a few days first. If you are really not used to it, we can come back, okay?" "Okay." "Sister, go to bed early. You must be tired after a day." "Okay, I'm going to bed." It was so good to have a caring brother. Yushu rubbed on the pillow and hugged the quilt to close her eyes. Tomorrow, she had an appointment with Shui Rui to gamble in the north of the city. She wanted to sleep well tonight and make a lot of money to save for Xiaoxiu's tuition. 10 taels, 20 taels, 30 taels. Yushu counted silently and soon fell asleep. Before Yushu went out, she deliberately used the 6 lines of divination to make a complete hexagram. What made her happy was that she had finally seen good fortune in the past few days. Judging from the hexagram, her trip would be smooth. "I'm leaving. I may be late at night. Don't wait for me. Eat first." Yushu used the excuse of going to the north of the city to copy books and left without pushing the cart. She had a good rest last night and was full of energy. She ran out of the alley as if she was flying. Just as she was looking for a carriage to the north of the city, she saw a carriage coming from the street and stopping in front of her. The curtain of the carriage was lifted and she saw Shui Rui with one hand on the windowsill. He smiled at her and said, "Little brother, where are you going? Do you want to hitch a ride?" Yushu suppressed the smile on her face and cupped her hands at him. Following his words, she pretended to ask, "I'm going to Qianyuan Street in the north of the city. Is it on the way?" Shui Rui crooked his finger at her. "Get in the carriage." "Thank you, young master." Yushu lifted the curtain and climbed into the carriage. She sat opposite him. The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. "Ha, didn't we agree to meet on Qianyuan Street? Why did you come to pick me up?" Yushu asked. "I woke up early, so I drove here. I'll take you to change your appearance." Shui Rui picked up the purple clay teapot on the octagonal incense table and poured a cup of tea for her. Yushu took it and asked in confusion, "Appearance?" Shui Rui nodded and glanced at the clothes she was wearing. "You can't wear this." Yushu lowered her head to look at the brown robe on her body, then she looked at the brocade clothes and jade belt on Shui Rui's body. She raised her head and took a sip of tea. "This is my best set of clothes. I've just found a tailor to make it for me a few days ago. Why do I have to wear gold and silver to go to that kind of occasion with you? That's not necessary." However, Shui Rui looked apologetic. "I'll have to trouble you to change into women's clothes." "Huh? Why?" Shui Rui said helplessly, "This is indeed the stinky rule set up by the host of the banquet this time. Besides those shifters who receive the invitation to attend the banquet and are allowed to attend on their own, all the other outsiders have to bring female shifters with them when they enter the banquet." "Is that so?" Yushu squinted at Shui Rui. "You didn't tell me this when we were talking." Shui Rui sighed. "I haven't been in the capital for 2 years. I only found out that the owner of this gambling house has set up this rule when I met a friend yesterday. Because I've already replied to the invitation, it's not good for me to reject it now. Ah, Shu, just treat it as helping me out." He spoke kindly. Yushu couldn't refuse even if she wanted to. She was the one who owed him a favor and wanted to earn money. Wouldn't it be troublesome if she was picky and looked down on him? "Okay, let's change." Shui Rui didn't expect her to agree so readily. He was slightly surprised. Yushu looked at his expression and smiled. What's wrong? I'm willing to change. Are you not willing? Shuai shook his head. I thought you don't like to dress as a woman. I'm prepared to spend a lot of time to persuade you. Yushu looked calm. I don't like it. The main thing is that it's more convenient and safer to dress as a man when I'm outside. But today, I'm going with you. You're the young master of the Shui family. It won't matter if I'm a man or a woman when it's my turn, right? It was rare for Shui to hear Yushu tell him frankly instead of guarding against him like before. His mood was a little strange. He felt that the relationship between them was getting closer. He couldn't help but feel happy. He smiled and said, of course. With me here, you can rest assured. Yushu lowered her head to sip her tea again, a smile hidden in her eyes. It seemed that this guy with the surname Shui was not as difficult to deal with as she had imagined. Now that he was her sugar daddy, a few words could make him happy, so why not? This tea is good. It's sweet. Yushu took the teapot and filled it with water. Shui said, if you like it, I'll give you a caddy later. Originally, he didn't drink much scented tea. He liked it slightly bitter. Today's tea was specially prepared for Yushu by the servants yesterday. This jasmine tea was the favorite taste of the noble ladies in the north of the city. Only 2 big tea houses sold it. Tea leaves were not allowed to be sold. The day before yesterday, second Aunt Shui got 2 caddies of it and treated it like a treasure. Because Shui loved tea, she reluctantly gave half of it to him. It should be known that he gave it all to someone else as if the tea leaves were really weighed by caddies. It was unknown whether he would cry or laugh. It's better not. It's a waste for me to drink such good tea. Yushu didn't need to think to know that this tea was good. She waved her hand and spoke the truth. In the eyes of a poor white man like me, it's all to quench my thirst. There's no difference. If this was said by someone else, it would inevitably be unbearably vulgar. If it was said by an elegant scholar, it would inevitably be difficult to avoid frowning. However, it was said by Yushu and heard by Shui. It had a different meaning. Shui had always admired Yushu's personality of saying whatever was on her mind. Hearing her words, he unconsciously smiled. You're right. For people who don't understand tea, even the best tea is used to quench their thirst. The two of them had a congenial conversation. Unknowingly, they arrived at the boundary between the north and south of the city, Qianyuan Street. The carriage turned into a side street and stopped at the entrance of an alley. Yushu followed Shui out of the carriage. They entered the alley and came to the front of a clothing shop. There were no customers in the shop. There was only a shopkeeper who was dozing off and a tailor who was measuring cloth. Shui stepped forward and patted the counter. The shopkeeper suddenly woke up. He took a sip of water and looked at the customer. He rolled his eyes and put on a smile. Gongzi, do you want to buy shoes or clothes? Yushu was still looking left and right at the silk hanging on the wall. Shui reached out and pointed at her. Find a set of clothes for my younger sister. Yushu turned her head and raised an eyebrow at him. Which one is your younger sister? Chapter 182. After they measured Yushu's figure, the tailor picked out 2 sets of dresses from the back of the wardrobe. She then led Yushu to the back of the wardrobe to comb her hair and change into a new one. Shui was waiting at the front. The shopkeeper went to serve him hot tea and said in a low voice, "Master, have some tea." Shui took the cup and blew on the tea. He asked, "Is there any news from Perrin Hall today?" The shopkeeper replied, "I heard that the traders from the north and south are quieter than before. I think it is because Xia Zhang's family is small. The truth of my sister's murder case has been investigated. The troublemakers can't find a reason and have settled down." Shui Rui nodded and did not say anything. The shopkeeper did not stand in front of him either. He returned to the back of the counter and flipped through the account book. From time to time, he turned his head and secretly yawned. About an hour later, Yushu came out from the back with the tailor. Shui Rui heard the noise and turned his head. His fingers paused and he took a sip of tea. The first thing he saw was a refreshing green lake. Her black hair was tied into thousands of knots. Layers of makeup wrapped around her waist. Fresh lotus flowers bloomed at the waist of her dress, accentuating the girl's beauty. Her face was like the reflection of a lake and her cheeks were pink. She swept her eyebrows and brushed the willow branches. In the blink of an eye, she looked like a lotus. Hidden behind the fragrance of the lotus, the dew of the green roamed through the summer. The corners of Shui Rui's mouth curled into a smile, and he lightly muttered. This shade of green that could be either thick or light really suited her to the extreme. Yushu did not hear him talking to himself. She was still fiddling with her new dress. She frowned and asked the tailor, "Isn't this dress too long? It's going to drag on the floor." The tailor shook her head and said, "Miss, this dress is not long at all. Haven't you seen the latest fashion in the capital? It's going to drag on the floor. If you don't believe me, you can ask this young master." Yushu turned her head towards Shui Rui. The latter had already restrained his gaze a little before she turned around to look at him. He nodded very politely, "It's not long, it's very suitable." She stood up and walked to the counter. "This shop also sells hairpins, rings, and jewelry. I picked out a few pieces while I was waiting for you. You can change into them." Yushu has put on women's clothes. Of course, she can't comb her hair into a man's bun. Just now, when she was changing her clothes inside, the tailor helped her tidy her hair. She combed it into a lady style, but she didn't wear any hairpins. Shui Rui took the tray from the shopkeeper's hand and handed it to the tailor to Yushu. She lowered her head and saw that the tray was covered with red silk. There were a dozen or so items neatly arranged. From hairpins and pearls to earrings and bracelets, not a single item was missing. Just by looking at the quality and workmanship, one could tell that the price was not cheap. "How much does this cost?" Yushu suddenly raised her head and asked the shopkeeper. "Ah." The shopkeeper turned his head and looked at Shui Rui. He didn't see the latter's expression. He hesitantly smiled and said, "Young master and young lady are the first customers today. I'll make it a round figure of 50 taels." Yushu smiled. She often came to the exchange shop and knew the price of gold and jade. She glanced at the calm Shui Rui and didn't expose him. She brushed her hand across the tray and picked up a dragonfly necklace carved from jade. She put it on her hair and took the mirror that the tailor handed to her. She looked at herself and said to Shui Rui, "I'll take this one. If I wear it too much, I'll have a headache and it will affect my thinking." Shui Rui knew not to overdo it and didn't force her on the details. He took out some banknotes and placed them on the table. The tailor went to the back to retrieve the clothes that Yushu had changed out of and wrapped them into a bundle for her. Yushu carried it and followed Shui Rui out of the shop one after the other. When they got on the horse carriage, Yushu tried to lift her legs twice because she was wearing a skirt that hindered her feet. Shui Rui snickered behind her and reached out his hand to support her at the right time, but she ignored him. She directly lifted her skirt above her knees and climbed onto the horse carriage. Secretly sighing a pity, Shui Rui withdrew his hand and followed her onto the carriage. To Dingbo Hole. Yes. The carriage driver replied and rolled down the curtain, concealing the figures of the two. Dingbua Hall, which was located on Qingping East Street, was a courtyard under the name of Prince Xiang. It was named after the natural lake in the hall. It was often the place where Prince Xiang held his banquets and drank wine. But today, the guest was Prince Xiang's heir, Lu Jiong. It wasn't a banquet, but a trading game. The younger brother of the current emperor, Prince Xiang, did not pay much attention to the court affairs. He spent most of his time traveling and did not show up in the capital. As the eldest son of the first wife, Lu Jiong, who was appointed early, mingled in the capital. Like his father, he was famous for enjoying himself. On the way, Shuai roughly explained the situation to Yu Shu. This was the first time that Yu Shu heard about the court affairs. Although she knew that the people that Shuai would be in contact with were the big shots in the capital, but the moment they met, it was the nobles. She couldn't help but feel a bit fresh and nervous. As a commoner, the highest level that she had seen in her previous life was a municipal leader. It was unknown how quiet and beautiful it would be if they were lit at night. Shuai saw that Yu Shu was looking left and right with curiosity in her eyes. He slowed down by 2 steps and retreated to her side. He tilted his head and whispered, "There are more interesting places in the capital than here. I'll bring you to see them one by one another day." Yu Shu regained her senses from the enchanting courtyard. Hearing Shuai's suggestion, she did not reject or welcome it. She only replied nonchalantly, "If there's a chance." Since Shuai was aware of her temperament, he did not pursue the fact that her words were somewhat perfunctory. The two of them followed the steward through the corridor and exited through an arched door. Not more than 50 steps later, they saw a hall with a door of 8 blessings for good fortune. On the 2 pillars in front of the door hung a pair of chiseled couplets. The first couplet read, "Do not hide anything in your heart." The second couplet was, "Do not stop even half a step in front of the door." Not seeing the horizontal inscription, Yu Shu walked closer and looked at it. When she reached the door, she could not help but laugh secretly. Isn't this couplet hiding the 2 words Hui Xian? If the owner deliberately hung it, then this Prince of Xiang must be a smart person. The hall behind the door was very spacious. It was more than enough to seat 20 to 30 people. The floor was covered with velvet blankets and incense tables. There were already more than 10 people chatting inside. When they saw Shuai and Yu Shu coming in, one of them who was staring at the door clapped his hands and laughed, "He's here, he's here. Who was the one who said that Brother Rui will be absent again? Punish yourself by drinking 3 cups of wine." Yu Shu looked inside. The first thing she saw was a 17 or 18-year-old young man sitting behind an incense wooden table at the top. He was wearing a pearl and jade crown. His lips were red and his teeth were white. He must be Prince Xiang's heir, Lu Jiong. Beside him sat a budding young lady. She was beautiful and had a gentle expression. On both sides of the table, separated by a short distance, there were another 7 to 8 people. They were all young masters dressed in brocade clothes. Sitting at the same table was a beautiful young lady. There was only one exception, and that was the young man who was punishing others by drinking 3 cups of wine. Yu Shu was a step behind. Shuai walked in unhurriedly. His eyebrows and eyes carried a little bit of frivolity. He joked with the few people, "Who is betting with me again? Come, let me punish him by drinking 3 cups of wine first." Lu Jiong pointed to the young man sitting alone and said cheerfully, "Isn't it Zhao Miao? Just because he stayed in the Taisha Shu garden for 2 years more than us, he gave himself the title of a know-it-all. He is arrogant all day long." "Brother Rui, you came at the right time. Quickly teach him a lesson on our behalf." This Feng Zhaomiao was not anyone else. His grandfather was the same as Shui Rui's grandfather. He was a veteran of 3 dynasties. However, the Shui family was literate while the Feng family was martial. Zhao Miao was the youngest son of the Feng family. Unlike his grandfather and father, he did not have a son to inherit his father's business. Zhao Miao was reported by Lu Jiong, but he still had a righteous look on his face. Brother Rui, after you returned to the capital, you went to the Supreme Court and did not play with us. I said that if you don't come this time, I will find a few third-class guards to tie you up. Shui Rui said, well, it seems that I have to visit the old master at the general's residence tomorrow and tell him about his good grandson who got drunk and smashed someone's shop. In the end, he wanted me to bring him out of the yamen. Let the old master tie you up and lock you up for 10 days to half a month first. Feng Zhaomiao immediately lost his confidence and begged for mercy with a sad face. Don't, I was just joking with you. Shui Rui said pleasantly, I was also joking with you. A wave of roaring laughter resounded in the hall. Lu Jiong teased Feng Zhaomiao, and Feng Zhaomiao's face became slightly hot from his words. She anxiously changed the topic, and her gaze flickered when she noticed Yu Shu who was behind Shui Rui. She raised her voice to suppress everyone and asked Shui Rui curiously, Brother Rui, you haven't introduced the guest you brought today. Who is this young lady? Chapter 183. This is Miss Lianfang. Yu Shu turned to look at Shui Rui and raised her eyebrows slightly. When did she change her name? Why didn't she know? Shui Rui responded to her with a look to calm down. He pointed to the people in the hall and introduced them one by one on her behalf. This is Prince Yang's heir. This is the youngest son of General Feng. This is the second son of Grand Secretary Qi of Hanlin Academy. And this is the only son of Earl of Loyalty and Bravery. Yu Shu followed Shui Rui to get to know everyone. Even though she herself was a nobody, out of respect for Shui Rui, the group of spoiled brats present here agreed amiably and didn't make things difficult for her. However, Feng Zhaomiao seemed to be very interested in Yu Shu, and he kept on chatting with her. Miss Lianfang is also a student of the Imperial Historian's Library. Why haven't I seen you before? Did you enter through a special examination? Yu Shu saw that Shui Rui did not intend to help her explain, so she answered honestly, I am not a student of Taisha Library. The seating arrangement in this banquet was very spacious. Shui Rui led Yu Shu to sit behind a table that was close to them. Even though it was a neighboring table, they weren't on the same banquet. When she looked at the young masters and young mistresses in the hall, their actions were all natural and dignified, and they were well-mannered. Since you are not a student of Taisha Library, you must be a disciple of a master. May I ask who your master is? In Feng Zhaomiao's view, the female guest brought by Shui Rui must have some background. Yu Shu said, I do have a shifu, but he's a very simple person and doesn't have a name. Feng Zhaomiao was a little surprised. She turned her head and bumped Shui Rui's arm. She asked anxiously in a low voice, Brother Rui, where did you find this person to make up the number? Why didn't you invite the sisters from Taisha Library? Didn't I send someone to inform them yesterday? The Crown Prince and the others are waiting to catch you today and take advantage of you. Shui Rui looked over his shoulder at Yu Shu and said with a smile, it's hard to say who will be the butcher. Yu Shu's ears are very sharp. She heard young Master Feng and Shui Rui's mutterings. She did not feel unhappy about being looked down upon. Having lived to her age, she would not be easily angered by a few words. Zhaoqing, what are you two whispering about? Tell us so that we can all hear it. Lu Jiong patted the table, and Feng Zhaoqing immediately sat up straight. What else can I say? I haven't seen Brother Rui for many days. Speaking of which, Crown Prince, who else did you invite today? It's already so late and they still haven't come yet. They're making us sit here and wait. They're really putting on airs. As soon as he finished speaking, they heard a loud laugh coming through the door. I'm just a little late, and I already heard Zhao Miao complaining. If I come any later, will I be rejected? The room was quiet. Yu Shu turned her head and saw several figures entering the door one after another. The young man at the front looked about 20 years old. He was wearing a smoky purple robe with a gold and jade hook on his head and a green longevity bead around his neck. His chest was bunched up and his eyebrows were raised, making him look like a jade tree. Just as Yu Shu was curious about this person's identity, her gaze shifted and fell on the graceful woman behind him with a green veil covering her face. She was slightly stunned for a moment before she subconsciously turned her head around and winked at Shui Rui, who was sitting at the next table. Why was Ji Xingxuan here? However, Shui Rui did not receive her question at the moment. He looked at the few people who came to the door. The smile on his face just now disappeared in an instant. At this time, everyone in the hall had come back to their senses. They all stood up and greeted, greetings to the seventh prince. Yu Shu was shocked when she heard this. She quickly stood up and greeted the others. The seventh prince. Why did the crown prince come? Lu Hao waved his hand and said casually, why are you so reserved? I'm here to play with you today. Are you treating me like an outsider? Sit down. He then turned his head and looked at Shui Rui. He smiled and said in an exceptionally kind voice, Qingbai, I've finally caught you. Qingbai. He's calling me so affectionately. Yu Shu silently thought. She turned her head and glanced at the expressionless Shui Rui. Is this his name or nickname? Yes, big brother. I haven't seen you since you returned to the capital. His Highness has invited you several times. If I didn't know that you were busy with official business, would have thought that you were hiding from us. Hearing this voice, Yu Shu noticed that there were other people standing on the right side of the seventh prince. The one who spoke was a young man of 16 or 17 years old. He was of medium height, had white skin, slender eyes, and an overly affectionate smile on his face. She didn't know why, but it made Yu Shu a little uncomfortable. He called Shui Rui big brother. Is he also a young master of the Shui family? Yu Shu was right. This young man was another young master of the Shui family. His name was Shui Guangxiu. He was the third son of Shangshu Shui. He was also the only son of the third branch. He was only younger than Shui Rui. These people that arrived abruptly caused the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere from before to imperceptibly become slightly tense, and the person with the most brilliant expression on his face was Feng Zhaomiao, who sat by Shui Rui's side. He looked at this and that, and he was at a loss for what to do, causing his face to flush slightly red. Yu Shu wasn't sure if Ji Xingxuan would recognize her because she was dressed as a woman, so she stood with her back facing Ji Xingxuan. On the contrary, she was facing Shui Rui, so she could clearly see the expression on his face. But when she saw his unusually silent appearance, she suddenly became suspicious. Why did he look a little strange? These people who were late suddenly made the scene awkward. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Shui Rui to speak. Yu Shu did not know what entanglement these people had. When she was thinking about how to get through today, she heard Shui Rui say, Your Highness, I forgot that I have something to deal with in the yamen. I won't stay for long today. At this moment, even Yu Shu was able to discern that Shui Rui didn't get along with the seventh prince and the other young master Shui. Could it be that he didn't know that these people would come today? After Shui Rui finished speaking, he did not stay any longer. He waved his hand to Yu Shu and was about to leave with her. The Crown Prince Lu Jiong was anxious and shouted behind him, Brother Rui, don't leave in such a hurry. When someone shouted from behind, there was naturally someone in front of him to stop him. Shui Rui looked at Lu Hao's arm in front of him and stopped walking. He tilted his head to look at him with a bit of mockery in his eyes. When he was looked at like this, Lu Hao felt helpless. Qingbai, do you really want to die with me? That day there is no need to mention the matter of that day. Shui Rui frowned as he interrupted Qin Shi, and then he turned around to say coldly to Lu Jiong who'd caught up to him. Heir's arrangements today have truly taken great pains, yet I've never had the magnanimity to help others achieve their goals. I've made you waste your efforts. When Lu Jiong heard this, he knew that it was bad. Shui Rui had fallen out with him. In his heart, he suddenly regretted agreeing to Lu Hao and meddling in other people's business. What did the grudges between them have to do with him? When Yu Shu saw Shui Rui putting on a sour face in front of the Crown Prince and the Crown Prince, she secretly broke into a cold sweat for him. She was even more puzzled. This surnamed Shui has always been smooth in handling matters. Why is his temper so bad now? It is as if he is changed into a different person. Lu Jiong no longer persuaded, but it did not mean that Lu Hao was willing to let them go. He blocked in front of Shui Rui with his hand and did not move. However, the smile on his face was gone. He frowned and showed a bit of arrogance. Since you have come, how can you just leave like this? Yu Shu secretly clicked her tongue. Since the soft approach did not work, he wanted to use the hard approach. Shui Rui turned around and faced Lu Hao. Your Highness, what do you want? Lu Hao's eyes flickered. Today we are here to gamble. Why don't we make a bet? If you win, you will do one thing for me. If I win, I will do one thing for you. How about it? When these words came out, everyone in the hall had a change of expression. They all knew that Lu Hao was not joking. He was seriously proposing a bet with Shui Rui. What? You don't dare. When Lu Hao saw that Shui Rui didn't reply, he goaded him. You've been away from the capital for 2 years, yet your courage has shrunk quite a bit. The Shui city Bai from all those years ago has actually become a cowardly turtle that only knows how to hide. What do you want to bet? Shui Rui interrupted his ridicule. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. But in this kind of situation, it was not good for her to say anything to persuade him. Lu Hao smiled triumphantly. He did not give him half a chance to regret. He turned his head to Lu Jiong and said, Do you have any rat poison from the palace? Go find a packet. Lu Jiong was suspicious. What do you need rat poison for? Lu Hao was not polite to this cousin. I'm telling you to go, so go. Why are you talking so much? Lu Jiong could only send someone to find it. After a while, the rat poison was found. Everyone watched as Lu Hao took a few teacups and poured wine into them. He sprinkled the white rat poison powder into one of the cups and covered the teacup. He threw the empty packet to one side and looked around the room. He pointed at Feng Zhaomiao and said, Zhaomiao, you come. Switch these cups. The rest of you, turn your backs. No one is allowed to look. Hearing this, everyone had already guessed what he was going to do. Just as they were about to speak up to stop him, Lu Hao coldly warned, Today is my, Shui Rui's, private matter. If anyone dares to interrupt or say one more word, don't blame me for being merciless. Several people swallowed their words. Feng Zhaomiao was forced to step forward and switch the cups that looked exactly the same. Then, Lu Hao called out people one by one and stepped forward. He switched the cups 4 times. It was already difficult to tell which cup was poisoned and which was not. After doing this, Lu Hao returned to Shui Rui's side. He pointed at the 6 cups and said to him, Do you see that? There are 6 cups there. Only 1 cup is poisoned. This is the rat poison in the palace. You should know that although it won't kill you, if you mistakenly take it, you will be poisoned and will injure your body. It is inevitable that there will be side effects. Now, you and I will each choose 3 cups. Whoever drinks the poisoned cup will lose. Whoever drinks the non-poisoned cup will win. Lu Jiong was today's host. Seeing that the two of them were going to fight to the death in his territory, he couldn't help but say, "Aren't you trying to trick me? If something happens here, how am I going to explain it to my superiors?" Lu Hao said, "How am I trying to trick you? I didn't say that you must drink the poisoned wine. You just have to admit defeat." The last half of his sentence was said while looking at Shui Rui. It was as if he was hinting that he would be the one to admit defeat in the end. Yushu frowned in her heart when she saw the matter had developed to such an extent, and she felt that Shui Rui was in a predicament. If it was her, she wouldn't even give it a thought before refusing. After all, luck was the most unreliable thing, and who knew whose hands that cup of poisoned wine would fall into? "Do you choose first, or do I choose first?" Yushu was startled. She turned her head to look at Shui Rui. She couldn't believe that this smart guy would actually agree to this stupid bet. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.